recording. And hopefully the recording gets sound, gets music. I really hope it does. If it doesn't, then... fuck. Yeah. It's very... oh, loud. I'll do that while I talk. It's very picky about being out of the screen as well. So actually for that, maybe I should put Cage Cursor back on. So I have to Alt-Tab to get to a different window instead of accidentally clicking it off. But yeah. Hello and welcome to Pillars of Eternity. The start of what hopefully will be a long series on the channel. I'm just going through these. All these settings are still set up from my previous plays of these. I have some auto pause settings. We might change these as time goes on. Auto pause. So let's do auto slow. Auto pause at a fixed interval. So this is essentially we'll pause it ourselves, but there is no turn-based like So Lost or Baldur's Gate. This is kind of a all the time. And I don't really know. I'm just going to leave this as it is for now. We can change difficulty. Well, I don't remember. What happens if they die in Pillars of Eternity? It's been a while. I'm sure there's a way to get them back. So maybe we'll go a little difficult. Just to be safe that there's no permadeath. Give me one moment. Yeah, very fun game. I love this game. I don't know what it was, but it just really got me. I love the world. I love the story. I love the characters, and I especially love how half of them are Matt Mercer, which is a big plus for me. I love him. Actually, just to be safe that we don't lose someone, let's go for this for now until I know for sure if there is a way to prevent death. Because this is kind of a game of more story. That's the plus of it. You're not here for the hyper difficult combat or anything. You're here for story. That's what this game is about. We have continue and load because I've obviously played this before. I had a druid. I had a Godborn is the race. I think. Druid. She was like a deer person. She was also a druid and she had the stag ability. I don't know if we'll do a druid, but okay, so starting a new game, we have obviously story time to Path of the Damned. Easy? No. Normal. Hard. Path of the Damned. Probably not Path of the Damned. Iron mode. It's between normal and hard, to be honest. It says hard requires micromanagement optimizations. Let's just go middle of the road normal. I don't want to have to think about really min-maxing to survive. I just want to have a bit of a challenge and a bit of a good time. Which actually, since we're doing normal, I will compromise. Turn that off. So if we die, we die. Unless we can find a way to revive. New game. Pretty. I do love those stones. It's so pretty. The Audra. Ooh, I do love. I remember how hyped I was for that opening, even that simple little thing. Oh, I love it. And if, like me, you are a fan of Critical Role, you'll recognize a few voices in here. Because there are at least 3, maybe 4 or 5 of them in this game. And I know all of them are in the second one because there's the Vox Machina, or whatever, the pack. Okay, I hope it looks good. The color's still off. I never was able.
5 wagons grope blindly for the path on a starless night, their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no comfort, shining no light, betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have taken suddenly ill, sweating and shivering, and one of the other travelers signals for the caravan master to stop on your behalf. He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
Ooh. The first step to everything changing. So I obviously know the story of this game very well. But I'm not going to spoil anything. I will not spoil anything. And I will also be reading quite a lot. So you can choose between male and female. I think it's pretty much, there's no real, like, patriarchy, matriarchy type of deal. They're about equal. But we're going to go with male. Mostly because I went with female last time I played this. I just like to alternate the genders. No real rhyme or reason. I hope it's not too loud as well. But yeah, we will be reading and going through and just taking our time. So we have humans. Humans, commonly called folk, are the most common race in the Deerwood, the Adir Empire, Old Valia, and the Valian Republics. Though not as large as the towering Almawa, humans are known for their strength and willpower. They have +1 to resolve, which reflects the character's internal drive, determination, fearlessness, and the emotional intensity they can project to others. Mental intimidation, leadership, convincing performances, maintaining concentration, contributing to the will and deflection defenses. I don't suppose... No, okay. Hopefully it's not too loud, because I can't do anything about that till we get out of character creation. Maybe it's just loud to me. It looks like it's actually fine on the mixer. And they also get a +1 to their might, physical and spiritual strength, brute force, their ability to channel powerful magic. During interactions can be useful for intimidating displays and acts of brute force, as well as both damage and healing, as well as the fortitude defense. Almawa. Big. The mighty Almawa are the largest of the Kith races. I believe Kith in this world meaning sentient, civilized, stuff like that. And are commonly found in or near oceans. Though not truly aquatic, they have an affinity for water, and many of their civilizations, such as Rautai, I can't remember how you pronounce that, are based on naval dominance. They're known for their unparalleled strength. So they get +2 might. Dwarf. By virtue of land covered and number of colonies settled, dwarves are the most well-traveled race in the world. They are commonly found in the Deerwood, the Valian Republics, and almost any colonized land. Dwarves are known for their great strength and tenacity. so they get +1 to Constitution, which obviously health and stamina. And it's not used much in interactions, but sometimes checked to withstand pain or endure a physically taxing ordeal, affects maximum health, maximum endurance, and fortitude defense. Elf. Elves are the dominant race in the Air Glanfath and the White That Wends, and are extremely common in the Dyrwood and Adir. Elves are known for their speed and intelligence, as well as a commonly isolationist nature. They get dexterity, an abstraction of character hand-eye coordination, balance, and overall grace. In interactions, can be used for sleight of hand and fast reactions. In combat, affects the character's action speed with all attacks, spells, and abilities, and contributes to the reflex defense. And +1 to their perception, character's senses, as well as their instinctive ability to pick up on details. In interactions, it can be used to catch someone in a lie, to make an observant comment about their appearance, or to notice something happening in the background. In combat, contributes to accuracy, the reflex defense, and grants a bonus to interrupt, which I believe interrupt is how likely you are to interrupt somebody from casting when you hit them. I believe. I think it's just casting, but it might be other stuff. Orlin. Furry little bastards. Look at them. Orlins are the smallest of the Kith races, though many cultures don't consider them to be civilized at all. Also notable for their large ears, two-tone skin, and hirsute bodies, which means hairy, by the way. I don't know if a lot of people know that word. It's a bit of a weird word. Orlins are commonly found in Air Glanfath, the Ixamitral Plains, and parts of the Dyrwood. They are known for their mental intensity and sharp senses. So they get +1 resolve, -1 might, but +2 perception. And godlike, who are pretty cool looking. The godlike are children of the Kith, civilized races, who have been blessed with physical aspects associated with the gods, though some do not consider it a blessing. These aspects may take many forms and often come with mystical powers. Aberrant head shapes are typical, and godlike are unable to wear protective headgear, as it is near impossible to find anything that fits. Because of their unusual nature and their inability to reproduce, godlike are often viewed with fear and wonder. They get +1 dexterity and +1 intellect. Characters' logic and reasoning capabilities, interactions can be useful for deduction, sudden realizations, and problem solving. In combat, it contributes to the will defense, influences duration and areas of effects for all abilities and talents. Now, each of these also has sub-races, I believe. Yeah. And also, if you're watching this VOD, feel free to skip ahead until I make a decision. I'm just going to read out what these different options are before I even make a decision. Even though I'm sure a lot of people have seen this game before, but maybe there are some that haven't, or some that have never seen the words before. So, humans have 3 sub-races. The Meadowfolk, the most common humans in the Dyrwood. The Meadowfolk, or Thirtan, have lived in that area for almost 2,000 years. Meadowfolk traditionally live at the edges of elven forests, working the open plains, hence their names. Most humans in the Dyrwood are Thirtan, and they get Fighting Spirit once per encounter, 5 seconds after being reduced below 50% endurance. Folk temporarily gain bonuses to accuracy and damage. Yeah, endurance is, it's like a secondary health bar on top of health. It's kind of, we'll get into what endurance is later. It's almost like a buffer, and if you can keep endurance high, it keeps your health high. Because at the end of every encounter, health and endurance are balanced. So if you end a fight with low endurance, high health, they both meet each other in the middle and even out. Ocean folk, Kalbandra, originated near the equator on the other side of the globe and are currently the most widespread human group in that region. They have also migrated to the far reaches of the world. Ocean folk are the dominant culture in the Valian republics and are also common in the Dyrwood. All humans get Fighting Spirit, okay. These are just the different looks. Savannah folk, Natlan, come originally from just south of the equator and, with the exception of some groups that migrated north, have remained in the same location for over 10,000 years. Wow. The name Natlan literally means original, while quite common in Red Saras, Savannah folk are not usually seen in the Deerwood in the Valian Republics. Human Amawa, I think I have two. Coastal and Island. Coastal. Viewed as a warlike race, the coastal Amawa live in a mainland region along the coast of the Northern Hemisphere, lands they conquered by pushing Thirton, Natlan, and Orland communities out. Their culture is more centralized and urban than their island cousins, though both groups are involved in seafaring. Coastal Amawa are very rare in the Deerwood, but those that do make the journey usually do so as mercenaries, bodyguards, or soldiers. They get towering physique, they get bonus to defend against prone and stun effects. While Island get a different one. Oh. Island Amawa originate in the Deadfire Archipelago, which is where the second game is centered, fun fact, 1,000 miles south of the Valian Republics. While physiologically similar to their coastal cousins, the coloration of Island Amawa is starkly different, brown and yellow, contrasting the coastal's blue and green. Though still uncommon in the Deerwood and surrounding environments, Island Amawa are more commonly encountered there than coastal Amawa, who are quite rare. When encountered around the Deerwood, they are often laborers, fishermen, or sailors. They get armed to the teeth. All Island Amawa gain an additional weapon set. Dwarf, we have two. Mountain dwarves, Aptapo, originate on the continent to the east of the Deerwood, and have spread through the area several times. Unlike the similarly diminutive Orlands, who are frequently subjugated, the Aptapo have always directly fought back threats posed by larger kith and opted to fortify the residents rather than move on. Mountain dwarves are common in the Valian Republics, but not seen as often in the Deerwood and Red Saras. They get hale and hardy. They have a bonus to defend against poison and disease attacks. Or boreal dwarves. Most boreal dwarves, Enutonic, live in the remote southern island of Nasitak, where they share the rocky tundra and snow-covered forest with migratory pale elves and the coast-hugging ships of Almawa. Like their northern cousins, Enutonic share an instinctive love of exploration. Boreal dwarves are somewhat common in the Valian Republics, but seldom encountered in the Deerwood. They get hunter's instincts. They get a plus 15 accuracy against any creature of the wilder or primordial type. I don't remember what wilder type is. I think it might be undead, but I'm not sure. We have elf, who have two, wood and pale. Wood elves, skelterfolk, or just selterfolk, maybe. Trace their beginnings far north of present-day Adir, and have migrated south throughout the forests of the continent, now covering it all the way south across the equator. They're also believed to have migrated across the sea to Erglanfath. Whilst that word always gets me. While physiologically identical to one another, wood elves from Adir are culturally different from those in Erglanfath, and consider themselves wholly different groups. Yes, Erglanfath is, long story short, we'll get into it, but it's the elves native to the land in which this game takes place, and they have had a lot of trouble from humans and other races. They have disadvantage. Against any enemy that is more than 4 meters away, they get bonuses to accuracy, deflection, and reflex. And we can go into all of these later when we get to it. I went over the main stats, but the secondary stats we'll go over later. Pale Elves. It is unclear exactly how long ago the Pale Elves, Glamfelin, came to the southern polar regions of the world, but they have lived there for at least 12,000 years based on their continuous contact with Almawa traders. They appear to be among the most stationary ethnic groups in the known world, migrating within the polar region but seldom venturing far north. They are rare in all northern lands, and most people consider them exotic if they have seen one at all. They get elemental endurance. All Pale Elves have increased burn and freeze damage reductions. Orlands have 2, Hearth and Wild. Oh. Hello there. Thank you so much for the follow. Hello, MadXO. Thank you so much. I know I will. I love this game so much. It's probably one of my favorite RPG games, if I'm being honest. I'm very excited to play it. Alright, so Hearth Orlans, often found as slaves in Red Saris and the Valian Republics. One of the treaty terms between the Dyrwood and the people of Erglanfath was the liberation of Orlan slaves, and while this has been honored, many Hearth Orlans continue to live in the Dyrwood as indentured servants. They get minor threat. When attacking any target that is also being targeted by a teammate, they convert some of their hits into crits. Or wild. Wild Orlans are the original Orlans, who lived in the deep forests and jungles between the tropics. While they have only been significantly separated from Hearth Orlans for 1,000 years, that's still quite a while. A few genetic differences have appeared rapidly, most notably a lack of facial hair in the Hearth Orlan branch. Wild Orlans are common in the deep reaches of Erglanfath. Unlike their Hearth Orlan brethren, they're not often seen in the Dyrwood, Red Saris, or the Valian Republics. Alright. That sounds perfectly okay. Don't watch if you can. I'm just glad that you dropped by. Thank you so much for the follow as well. And, yeah. Watch the VODs on Twitch or on YouTube once I upload it. It's good to see you, even if it's for a second. And they get Defiant Resolve after being subject to a will attack. They gain a temporary bonus to all defenses. That's pretty good. I probably won't be an Orlan because I don't really like the little bastards, but maybe. And my personal favorites, Godlikes, have 4 subtypes. This was my dear lady. Oh, look at that head. Death Godlikes are the most distrusted of their kind. Strange growths cover their eyes, or in some cases their entire face, giving them a sinister appearance. The growths are transparent from the godlike, but opaque from the outside, hiding their features. Death Godlike are commonly killed at birth, because many cultures consider them to be harbingers of doom. That sounds ominous and kind of badass. They get Death's Usher. When Death Godlike attack an enemy with 25% or less endurance, their damage is increased. Fire Godlike. The bodies of Fire Godlike often resemble hot metal, burnt wood, or stone, with harmless flames that erupt from the cracks in their skin. Fire Godlike are objects of both reverence and fear in the Deadfire Archipelago, so if we maybe pick one of them, we can continue with them into Pillars of Eternity 2. That'd be interesting. Many locals believe they have the power to awaken volcanoes, or that killing one will cause a volcano to awaken. In the Dyrwood, Fire Godlike are often seen as a sign of the blessing of Magran, goddess of war and fire. What does Durance put it as? The whore? We'll get into that. They get Battle Forged. When reduced below 50% endurance, Fire Godlike glow like metal in a forge, gaining damage reduction and doing a small amount of fire damage to any creature who hits them in melee. That sounds fun. Moon Godlike. Look at that hair. Moon Godlike are the most tolerated of the Godlike. While their skin tone and a large moonlight growth on their foreheads may be strange to some, their appearances are generally considered more palatable by other kith. Sailors have many beliefs about Moon Godlike and their propensity to bring luck, though there is little agreement as to what kind of luck they tend to bring. Silvertide. Every encounter, when reduced below 75%, 50%, and 25% endurance, Moon Godlike generate waves of healing moonlight that restore endurance to them and their allies. That's pretty good. And we probably won't play nature godlike because I did that last time, and I don't want to copy what I did last time, but in my personal playthrough, that is, this is my first time streaming this. But they appear to be a fusion of animal and plant features, often covered by plants, moss, or fungi. This has led to the common stigma that they are diseased, and many are killed at birth because of it. Many druidic orders have a keen interest in nature godlike because of their general curiosity as to how souls occupy animals, plants, and stones. The Wellspring of Life grants a bonus to might, constitution, and dexterity when their endurance is below 50%. I'm personally leaning between a dwarf or a godlike. Specifically... Ooh. That is the question, actually, isn't it? Because... Well, actually, let's just say we can go with... Oh, you can be little, too. Oh, because godlikes are born of any race. Big man. Let's just say we were a dwarf. I want to see what classes there are. As a note, this is not my last pick of a race. I want to see what classes there are. We have actually quite a lot. We have 11. And I know, based on what companions I kind of want, which ones I will and will not pick. But let's just go through them all. Because obviously there are companions, and I love the companions. At least some of them, so... barbarians are brutes, madmen, berserkers. Though city-dwelling people often use the term barbarian with a dose of disrespect, they're rural warriors. I have trouble with that word. These rural warriors are respected by their communities for their ferocity and fearsome presence on the battlefield. Barbarians have a special, almost religious role in some cultures, but in many places the undisciplined, fearless style of the barbarian is simply how warriors conduct themselves. They get carnage. When they hit with a melee attack, they automatically make reduced damage attacks on all other enemies within a short distance of the target. So they have cleave, essentially. Athletic survival, they have very high endurance, health, low deflection, or accuracy. I've never done a barbarian, actually. Maybe we can make a barbarian. There are chanters. In every culture across Eora, there are chanters. Many historians consider chanters to be the most ancient workers of magic. Their hallowed phrases stir in the collective memory of wayward souls around them, compelling them to generate magical effects in a kind of reenactment. In some societies, chanters form organized troops of storytellers and researchers, but in most parts of the world they are just a time-honored part of local folk traditions. And yes, essentially they have like a continuous song that they play, and once they have built up enough instances of this song, they can cast pretty powerful abilities. But one of the NPCs that I want is a chanter, so probably not. Ciphers, which I love, by the way, because I've actually made my own D&D class focused around soul magic and Audra and the ciphers and stuff. I love ciphers. A recent discovery in the Eastern Reach, ciphers were once called Brishalgwyn, mine hunters, by the Glenfathans. Ciphers have the ability to directly contact and manipulate another person's soul and psyche, using an ally's or enemy's essence as the focus of their magic. Though most ciphers are still found in the Eastern Reach, practitioners of the technique have spread throughout the known world. They are gaining acceptance over time, but are generally distrusted, especially by the uneducated. And we'll see why. They have powers, which directly target allies and enemies with powerful soul-focused effects. These cost focus, which they build through the use of their soul whip. I'm almost leaning towards maybe a cipher, because there's an NPC with a cipher with the class, but I don't care that they're interesting, but I could play a cipher. We have a druid. I don't really want to play another druid, because, I mean, it's fun, but it's also what I did last time. Animus' heart. Druids tap into the spiritual power that flows through the simple living things of Eora. Plants, animals, and sometimes even living stone. While not necessarily religious, Druids do have a reverence for the natural world, and a keen interest in understanding its mysteries. In most cultures, druids are understood as a sort of primal magician, but among the Glanfathans, Nasitaki, and many rural cultures, they may have high positions of influence and authority. They get the ability to spirit shift into a strong, animalistic form with unique abilities. I remember the stag was funny, just turning into a beefy-ass stag person. They also get spells. They are a spellcasting class. Fighters form the front line of disciplined armies across the Eastern Reach. Though they are all most commonly found in cultures with an organized martial structure, fighters can be encountered as wandering mercenaries, bodyguards, and other types of sellswords. The common element that unifies fighters is their heavy focus on endurance and melee defense. They have an ability that they constantly regenerate endurance during combat. They have good accuracy, they're actually really good, but again, one of the NPCs we're going to be keeping is going to be a fighter, so probably won't make myself a fighter. Monks. Monks belong to a variety of fighting orders that have sprung up in Ixamitil and the Eastern Reach over the past few centuries. While many monastic orders can trace their teachings to the enduring founder, Tletok, individual organizations vary greatly in their focus, morality, and ethics. Common folk respect the incredible words. I'm already having trouble speaking. Let's just take a breath. Stumbling over my words. They'll get easier as I talk more. Common folk respect the incredible discipline of monks, but see them as an odd, unpredictable bunch who may not be entirely sane. Even mercenaries and other adventurers aren't sure what to make of them. That's right. When they have their weapon equipped, their unarmed attacks are exceptionally powerful and increase in damage, and they generate wounds as they get hit. It is interesting. I don't know if we'll play a monk. Paladin. There is an NPC Paladin that I quite like, but this is potentially. I'm actually kind of leaning between Barbarian or Cypher, personally. Paladin are martial zealots devoted to a god or ruler or even a way of life. They can be found in any culture where a fanatical group of like-minded individuals have formed a warrior society dedicated to advancing their cause. Among those aligned to their worldview, paladins are viewed with respect and admiration, if a bit of fear. Many paladins hold leadership positions in armies and mercenary companies, but in the heat of battle their fanaticism often overrules the chain of command and common sense. Their starting ability, they have an inherent bonus to all of their defenses, and this bonus, the value of this bonus may shift based on the reputations the paladin gains relative to the behaviors that are preferred by his or her order. Okay. So reputation matters. I think that only affects us as a player. If it's an NPC, I think they're always one. Priests. Priests are devotees of Eora's. It's so hard not to say Eoria, because that's actually the name of my homebrew world that I have in my D&D campaigns and one-shots, and completely unrelated too. I came up with that name before this game even came out, but just a weird coincidence. Priests are devotees of Eora's deities and practitioners of religious magic. While all priests dedicate themselves to specific gods, priests' power is actually derived from their personal beliefs. In contrast to most paladins, priests tend to focus on philosophy, teaching, and their relationship of religious organizations with common folk. The reception of priests in any given part of the world depends largely on how their god is revered or reviled by the people who live there. Their starting ability, they have Holy Radiance, which is a very good ability, actually. They generate a modest amount of endurance for all allies around the priests, and enemy vessels, which are undead, essentially, take burn damage and may be frightened, and it changes and gets more powerful depending on their reputation. They also get spells. They are pretty good, powerful spellcasters, but obviously everything's low or very low in terms of endurance and health and stuff because they're squishy healers, support, or damage. Clerics and priests are actually pretty good. Rangers. Rangers are warriors of the woodlands and masters of the hunt. Always partnered with soul-bonded animal companions, they can be found in wild spaces all over the world. As their lifestyles often tend toward independence and isolation, it is rare for rangers to become an integral part of a large fighting force, though they are often employed as scouts and guides. They start with an animal companion, who is... I think there are 3 or 4 options. I know there's a wolf, there's a bear, there's probably like a boar. There's like a fox, I think. They have different abilities and stuff. I think the wolf can knock people prone. They have very high accuracy, high endurance. Rogues. Rogues are vicious killers, feared for the brutality of their attacks. They can often be found as... I don't know. They can be found as often in dark back alleys as the heart of battlefield skirmishes. Though unpredictable and undisciplined, rogues are commonly used as shock troops, or as part of a surprise assault, with their withering attacks breaking enemy ranks and morale. Rogues tend to congregate in larger numbers in cities where they can be steadily employed as mercenaries or hired muscle. They get Sneak Attack, applies bonus damage to the rogue's ranged melee weapon attacks, and the target has any of the following afflictions: blinded, flanked, hobbled, paralyzed, petrified, prone, stuck, stunned, or weakened. It also applies to any target the rogue strikes with a weapon within the first 2 seconds of combat. They have high accuracy, everything else is not great. You know, a rogue could be fun as well. Maybe actually, I'm leaning between Cypher and Rogue now. Because we're going to have a Paladin and a Fighter to do Barbarian's job. And a Wizard. There's an NPC who I adore that we're getting, so Wizard we're not doing, but... The masters of academic magic, wizards are students of arcane tradition that stretch back beyond the boundaries of recorded history. Wizards are a highly organized group, often forming academies or guilds devoted to research and development in magical studies, and tend to favor environments where inquiry, experimentation, debate, and the dissemination of knowledge are encouraged. Many accomplished wizards eventually become known for their eccentricity, their egos, and their unquenchable thirst in all things arcane and occult, aka Mad Wizard, Lich, etc. Or just kind of dicks. Archmages are kind of dicks, aren't they? They get Arcane Assault, which is a per encounter ability, I believe, that hits a small area for raw damage, which is good because it's... We'll go into the different damage types later, but essentially force. Not a lot of people get rid of it. Spells, and they also have grimoires. They're kind of like D&D wizards a little bit. They can learn from other spell books. Okay, so we're going to decide race and class. I just want to look at the classes. There's a Cypher or Rogue. Cypher seems like it's kind of a bit of a damage, bit of a support, bit of a all around. They don't have great endurance or health, but they have good accuracy, they have good deflection. It seems like maybe we can be kind of like a mid-range kind of person who harasses enemies, heals allies. We can focus on having good like social skills as well. They get stealth lore mechanics. Rogues get stealth mechanics. Or we could go for a rogue. They do high damage in certain situations. And I think they can like hobble and slow later. Then of course, again, there's just Barbarian. Who are just tanks, but they're not the good for like social stuff. Okay, back to race. I do like the dwarf. Dwarves have might and con. Okay, so it actually, they having con is probably pretty good. No, we did a dwarf in Solasta, so let's not do a dwarf. Let's do a godlike. Godlike are cool. Now the question is... It seems like this Battleforge is probably whenever, so maybe it's constant. Can happen again and again. If we're a little on the squishy side, that might happen a lot. They do better against nearly dead enemies. They help with healing people, so... And look at them, they're very cool. And obviously, I did do nature before, but they are pretty fun. But maybe we should do a moon. Sort of like an Aasimar. They're probably almost... Yeah, they're believed to bring luck, like it says. So a moon godlike we could be. Body type. You want to be huge? Maybe like an elf, a little more of like a lithe individual. A little more on the skinnier side. Look at the side of that sword, though. Class, I do like the look of Cypher. Because we've never... You know, Cyphers are cool. They're unique. They have a whole bunch of interesting abilities that can damage and affect people. They have... Yeah, they're cool. And, you know, future story things of why we are like we are make sense if we are ethereal moon and touched with soul magic and can use it. So it kind of makes sense. A little bit. Plus it's just kind of cool. Yeah, I think let's go Cypher. Yeah. They have powers. They can choose 2 to start with. Antipathic Field creates a toxic physical manifestation of the mutual antipathy between the Cypher and the enemy target. Enemies caught in the path between the two will suffer corrosive or acid damage. Because there are Slash, Pierce, Crush, so slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, Burn, which is fire, Shock, which is lightning, Corrode, which is acid, Freeze, which is cold, and Raw, which is force. Enemies have damage reductions. Creature suits of armor is resistant to one type, but might be vulnerable to another. Weapons and attacks do multiple damage types, or list an OR. When an OR is listed, it will always do the damage type that the target is most vulnerable to. And raw damage is the only damage type that ignores all damage reduction, and is generally associated with poisons and similar effects. And wizard abilities, by the way, but yeah, poison as well as raw damage. Requires 10's focus. It's a range of 15 meters, duration of 6 seconds. Interrupt. Yeah, here it is. Interrupt determines how likely a damaging attack is to delay their opponent's current or next action. The roll uses an interrupt value from the attacker derived from perception, then compared to the target's concentration derived from resolve. A 1 to 100 roll is made, adding the interrupt. If the result is higher than the concentration, the target plays a hit reaction, and their current action is delayed. The duration of the delay is determined by the interrupt strength listed on the weapon or attack. Interrupt applied to a character already suffering from interrupt, while the longer duration will have no effect. So this will interrupt them for half a second if they fail their thing. It does 13 to 21 corrode damage, and it's versus reflex. And gives them plus 20% beam damage. So I guess it ticks up, maybe. Eye Strike shocks at enemies' visual receptors, dazing and blinding them, as well as blinding nearby targets. Yeah, so it's a target plus everyone within 1.5 meters of them. Have to roll versus blinded and dazed. Well, the target has to go for blinded and dazed, and the AoE is just blind. Mind Wave, target becomes the object of a concussive blast of psychic energy, suffering raw damage from the trauma. Characters in a conical area behind the target failing a fortitude check are knocked prone from the blast. Which is interesting because it's a target within 8 meters and then a cone behind them. So we won't hit allies with it. And it does 10 to 19 raw damage and knocks them prone. Soul Shock briefly transforms the outer shell of an allied target's soul into energy, releasing an electrical burst around them. Characters standing in the area around the target take shock damage. So allied target, everyone within 1.75 meters of them, take 23 to 31 shock damage. That's actually a lot. tenuous grasp assails the target's grasp on reality, frightening and confusing them. A single target Frighten, resolve and dexterity reduced by 2, accuracy is reduced by 10, and Confused makes them behave erratically. Every 6 seconds, the target checks randomly to do one of the following: behave normally, attack an ally, walk in a random direction, or do nothing. Yeah, this game also, some of it is based on D&D, so that's why we're seeing some similarities, but this game is actually almost entirely its own thing, and it's really, really good. It's really impressive. But obviously it is inspired by games like Dungeons & Dragons and Pathfinder and other tabletops. At least to a small extent. But it's its own thing, so I don't even say it's similar. Well, it's similar that it's an RPG, but... And Whisper of Treason imparts a bedeviling secret to an enemy that causes its allegiance to bend, charming them for the duration. For 10 seconds, they are charmed. They fight on behalf of the enemy at reduced capacity. Speed, accuracy, and all defenses are reduced by 25. Charmed is exclusive, meaning a character can only have one charmed affliction at a time. A newer one will dispel any older one present. I'm thinking I do want Mindwave. I was looking at this. And I think a single target kind of Frighten Confuse will do really well. Soul Shock. Eye Strike. Actually, Eye Strike might be good. That might hit allies at times. But Dazed especially. I should go over what these different things do. Yeah. Blinded. Accuracy reduced by 25 for all sources. Perception reduced by 4. Movement reduced by 2. Reflex and deflection are both reduced by 20. And Dazed. Accuracy reduced by 10. Dexterity, perception, intellect reduced by 2. Attack speed reduced by 15%. These stack, I believe, so that's very nasty. Actually, let's go Mindwave and Eye Strike. That'd be kind of cool. They have powers. Here we have attributes. We have 15 points to spend. We already get intellect and dex from being a godlike. Yeah, might is pretty good for this. It helps with healing, helps with damage. Constitution is obviously health. Dexterity is action speed and reflex, as we've been over. Perception is good. Intellect is highly recommended because I believe intellect affects, area of effect and duration of your spells and abilities. So we do want that quite high. I would like that kind of high. I kind of want everything to be high, but resolve. Who do we feel? Are they driven? Are they determined? Fearless? Probably. Perception. I like perception has to be pretty high. I don't want to go super high on one, but 13 might, 13 dex, 16 intellect. Look at that extra air effect, plus 30% to the duration as well. So if something lasts 10 seconds, that's an extra 3 seconds. Resolve, perception, constitution. Yeah. Let's go with that. Because the thing is that these are all very useful, especially in conversation as well. So our culture. We can be from Adir. The Adir Empire is currently the largest and most powerful force in this part of the world. It is centered around the equator and has a tropical climate. Though the Empire's colonies in numerous areas of the world, Greater Adir is at its heart and many colonies. Greater Adir is at its heart and houses the majority of its human and elven nations. Gives us resolve. The Deadfire Archipelago, consisting of the nation of Nasitak, dozens of Almawa settlements, and hundreds of lawless pirate-infested islands that stretch along the southern sea. Deadfire is home to Boreal dwarves, Almawa, and a mixed variety of other races. It is the last stop for anyone headed east. A multitude of monstrous sea creatures infest the ocean beyond, making travel virtually impossible. Just gonna take my headphones off for a second. My ears are hating me. It's not like there's much sound going on anyway. Okay. We can be the Ixamital Plains, located to the northeast of Erglanfath. The Ixamital Plains are large expanse of fertile savannas that are extensively farmed by human and Orlan residents. The Ixamital culture is one of the oldest in the world, though one of the least imperialistic, having spread out over the past several thousand years. The Old Valia. Once the crown jewel of the southern seas, Old Valia, or Valia, is now the crumbling remnants of an empire of warring merchant nations, counting many humans and dwarves among their ranks. The old Valian countries are still forces to be reckoned with and are proud of their rich cultural heritage. Also, these give 1 stat, so we'll probably go back and... I want to get Con up to 12, so whatever we get, we'll probably put down a little bit. Rautai. Dominated by the Amawa nation of Rautai, the Gulf itself is a host to a number of nations, most of them Amawa, Orlan, and Dwarven. Though these countries are relatively young, they are some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the East. The Gulf is a land of riches and resources for those who can take them, though the entire coast is often pummeled by violent storms. The Living Lands. The Living Lands is the mountainous region of a large northern island renowned for its diversity of plant and animal life. Its weather is unpredictable, and its ecosystems vary dramatically from valley to valley. The Living Lands are home to an assortment of races and a variety of colonial and independent settlements, or the White That Wen, a large, cracked southern expanse of polar ice. The White That Wens is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts, and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in the White, it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. You know, I like the idea of like this Adir, the Adirian Empire, this mighty nation because we are also the elven body type. So it makes sense that we are from a place known for its elves. And there's probably some sophistication to come with the Adirian Empire. So also I'm going to do this to even it out to 12. Yep. 12 and 12. Let's keep those even. I kind of like... I say let's maybe do that, because obviously I know a little bit about this game already, so like... We don't have to like the Adirian Empire, because they are kind of imperialistic assholes. But we can be from there at the very least. And as we are Moon, we could have been like, I don't know, lauded as a sign of good luck. Or we could have been taken and kept into slavery for our useful skills and appearance. Culture Adir. Now we have backgrounds. That is the thing. Be an aristocrat. You've lived a life amongst the nobility. Your days have been marked by lavish meals and extravagant parties. Your conversations peppered with talk of pedigree and lifelines. A dissident. Made a name for yourself as a troublemaker. Disrespect for authority and a lack of care regarding the rules are recurring themes in your life. I kind of like that. Hunter. You live for the thrill of the chase. Whether for glory or for sustenance, you have made your living taking the lives of wild creatures. Mercenary. Blade in battle is your way of life. You solve your problems by pulling out your weapon and applying force. Clergyman. Piety and prayer are your cornerstones of your public life, and you encourage the same in others. Colonists. You are part of a group that founded a fledgling colony in a distant land. Drifter. You never quite fit in no matter where you go. Each new town is just a place to rest briefly before moving on to the next. You're more comfortable on the road, traveling the world. Laborer. Your life has been spent in the study of your craft. You trained and prepared, hoping to hone your skills and ply your trade. Merchant. You've traded goods from all over the world, pairing items with buyers of all kinds. Or slave. You have never known freedom. Shackles and chains have bound your existence, and someone has told you what to do for your entire life. I did actually go slave last time for my girl, because, you know, she's a godlike druid. It makes sense that someone would try to use her to I don't know, help their crops and keep animals at bay. Use druidic magic to make everything grow so they'd be like the best. It makes sense because also a lot of times in like the fantasy worlds, someone looks different. They either kill them or enslave them. Look at like tieflings. I almost think between like laborer and drifter. Stealth. Yeah, using scouting mode. Avoid being seen or heard. I don't really care that much about stealth as much because hopefully we're not going to be stealthing ourselves. We can have someone else that can stealth. Mechanics. Traps and locks can be a problem for even the toughest adventurer, draining their resources and maiming or killing those who are unfortunate enough to trigger an unseen floor plate. The mechanic seal makes it easier to open locks and find and disable traps. Additionally, any character can use a mechanic skill to place traps of their own. The higher the mechanic's skill, the more accurate the trap. In conversation and scripted interactions, can be used to activate or disable a variety of machines. And of course, athletics is... Adventuring is tiring work. In addition to the hazards of mortal combat, adventurers have walls to climb, rivers to cross, and pits to leap over. Once per encounter, characters with athletics can use a second wind ability to recover lost endurance. A higher athletic score increases the effect of second wind in conversations and scripted interactions, used for physical feats like climbing, swimming, and jumping. I almost like the idea of, not being particularly, well, we're rather strong, but having high athletics, they're wiry. They're good at running, swimming, climbing, a laborer as well. And what trade do you think that they would have had? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess we'll have to think on that, but I think maybe labor is cool. Dissident's kind of funny too, but labor. Appearance. Kind of, ooh, look at that. So we can have... I actually like that. That's pretty fucking dope. It's even got like the double moons in between the central horns. Wow, look at that. We get a good godlike... Look at those grass people. Pretty. Okay, yeah, I think this was the one that my godlike druid used. Did we accidentally go into... Okay, I was gonna say, we accidentally turned into... Look at that beard, that's a hell of a beard. If we were a dwarf, we would go for that. It's fucking Dritz, look at that. Or Drist. I've always said Dritz, which is wrong, I know. I mean, I guess we could go with this, but it doesn't look right. Or I guess we'll use this as our portrait, even though technically it's wrong. We could make it right by going with that, but I actually really like this. I don't know why. I think it's dope. Ooh. Oh, colors of the clothes. Okay. What are we thinking? How about... Ooh. I do like the blue. And more of a... There's not really a silver, is there? Blue and white. Very, Saloon. Silver and blue. Kind of her colors. Well, actually, let's maybe turn that around, because technically, Mistra was blue and white. Hers is white and blue, or silver and blue. Or at least my version of them, because I did take them and cannibalize them into my own world, and really just kept their name and some of their themes. They're actually entirely different goddesses in my world now. I just like the names. They're cool. Maybe not silver. I actually didn't mind the purple. Like a dark one. Yeah, let's not go with the purple. Go purple on purple. A purple in like a lighter color. I wonder if you can change that later. I don't know. But obviously no facial hair and hair because that's what we got going on. We have like ethereal, wispy hair. It's kind of cool. Very cool, actually. But unfortunately, we only have 2 godlike pictures to choose from. So we'll go with that, I guess.
Yeah?
Now I am the leader of the group.
That's Mercer.
Yeah! Hey there. Watch and learn. Show him how it's done!
Quietly now. I'm here.
That,
I'm flattered.
I think that's Sam Riegel.
Let's go.
Time to see and not be seen.
I'll lead the way. Onward. Silence surrounds me. I shall lead us. Silence surrounds me.
Kind of like Mystic, almost.
Watch and learn. I'll teach you a lesson!
Nice and slow.
Oh?
I shall lead us.
Yeah! To whispers and shadows. Yes.
Yeah, I don't mind that one.
I shall lead us.
I mean, that line's not great, but
Yeah! Sharp eyes and keen ears.
it's a little bit of gravel, a little bit of weirdness to it.
What is it?
But it's not going to be that deep and gravelly for this guy, I don't feel like.
Now I am the leader of the group.
Quietly now.
I've got this.
You're mine.
Now let's go with
Silence surrounds me.
let's go with Mystic. I kind of like that. Enter the name. This is the hardest part of any game, actually. We've spent, I mean, some of the hour we spent was reading everything. That took a while, but yeah, naming it is the hard part. This might take a second. I'm just thinking of this, thinking of that. I mean, we could just go with Vok, but I don't know if maybe if we want to do that. I don't know if that would fit him. If you're a fire god, like, maybe. Yeah, we might just go with the simple answer of Vok. That fits better to a tiefling, but... Or I actually have something someone sent me of names from Pillars of Eternity. Adir has kind of a old, like, English Anglo-Saxon vibe, so... Are these names good? No, they don't really fit. Let's just go with Vok. Fuck it. Fuck it. Vok. There we go. It would fit better for a fire godlike, but I really like the moon. So, we got male moon. They have their little things. Decent stats. Adir, laborer, yes. In we go. Ooh. The caravan master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and sagging jowls quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you were planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods towards a looming black mass on the hillside.
The whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who would be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks.
It's a little racist, but...
Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the caravan master turns to you, frowning as he looks you over.
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, course. Which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry. About the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water. I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
Odema looks over his shoulder at his assistant, a lanky, intense man named Sparfell, who carries an old sun-bleached bow. He says that to him. Because it's not narrated, the voices are, so it's a little out of time someplace, but yeah, it said, know you want to hunt, refill the water. Got a sick one here. He nods in your direction. Sparfell nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder. Where would I find these berries?
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
What are those ruins?
Nothing you won't see on half the hills of Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear. Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pond, so I hear.
Pond is a coin, by the way. It's I don't remember if there's different names, different denominations, but I think a pond is like it's like a pound. Yeah, essentially where they get their name from, I think. Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
Is it dangerous out here?
Not if you hurry about your business, and not if the weather holds up.
There's concern in his tone, but he does not elaborate. What kind of weather do they get out here?
This time of year, rain mostly, and wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a beowick, born out of the ether, the spirit's path. Never seen it myself, never cared to.
A moment, let me tab to this, make sure. Yeah. Okay, because it's freezing up. Son of a bitch. Whatever, we'll do with this for now. What are these huge rocks coming out of the ground?
They don't got Adra where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories.
Yes, and if I believe Audra, the stone... Yeah, it's almost like a living stone. It has a connection to the soul and the spirit.
It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days.
Yeah, it's almost like a magically created living stone, I think.
The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it.
Soul gem.
Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
Black soul gem. And carry a sentient soul. Leave. I'll go see about those berries then.
Hold on. Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travelers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy, armor-clad woman who spent the journey's nights sleeping on uneven ground without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha. Kalisha!
The woman looks up on her own
He
time.
needs to find some springberries. Watch that he doesn't drop dead.
No promises.
Kalisha.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
Don't listen to her. You're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything.
He casts a sidelong glance at her as he says that.
Off with you. Hayadin should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a beowick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
That Beowick. Yeah, it's bad business. The Beowick.
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
Oops. That is not... I hit something. D. Okay. So, it's the arrow keys to move around. I'm just going to use the middle mouse.
Certainly. Certainly.
Kalisha! And we have here... Strange illness. Minus the concentration, minus the fortitude. We have 7 focus currently. These cost 10. So I think we'd have to use our whip thing even if we had the ability to do it, but
Certainly.
okay. Just tab is the highlight thing.
To
Alt
whispers and
is
shadows.
that. Okay. Tab. Let's go look at these.
Yes.
These tall glass screen pillars appear as if they had been sprouted from the earth. The flickering fire sets shadows dancing within. There's a thing. I have enough mechanics that I can. Okay, I'm gonna need to do something about the controls here. Or no, I'm just gonna have to remember to not use WASD. And it's been a while. I have to remember. Potion of Minor Endurance. We have a ring. Gon's Pledge. This item grants the ability to shield the wearer from the myriad perils that plague the world of Eora. An aspect of the god Aothas, Gon represents the harvest of old age, symbolized here by the many interlocking sickles that form the ring. As Gon helps protect the dignity of old age, so too do his followers pledge to prevent young lives from being harvested before their time. So, to progress, I get extra endurance. I mean, I might as well put that on, right? Piggy. Giant miniature space piglet. This tiny titanic pig has an otherworldly appearance that seems to be at odds with its endearing behavior. It follows you dutifully and requires nothing in return, save companionship. I'll put that on later when we're not in dire peril. What weapon do we even have? Oh, greatsword, huh? Shit, we have a greatsword. She has a battle axe and scale armor. We just have clothing because we can't wear armor because we're not a real combat class. Dear Woodian clothing and lockpicks. Does this look better than my old? Ooh. You know, I actually like the collar, actually. It's pretty fancy. I'm just gonna look over here. I think... Yeah, it's in decent quality, the stream, because unfortunately I can only stream 720 60p. My internet is not good enough for 1080, as much as I fucking wish it was. I really do. Let's go over to Hayden.
Anyone need supplies? I've got sundries for sale.
Mr. Regal.
Yes.
There's a potion of minor regeneration and 10 copper pawns. Which, yeah, it's coin. Let's actually put that on her bar. Let's talk to Hayden. You see a man wearing simple but mostly neat clothes. He's transfixed, however, by a ragged tear in the seam of his tunic.
Brought a whole wagon full of goods to sell, but not enough shirts for the road.
He shakes his head and laughs when he notices you. He scratches one cheek with his knuckles. It's covered with uneven stubble, as if he hasn't quite gotten used to shaving on the road.
Say, is there anything you need? I've got some basic traveling supplies for sale if you'd like to take a look.
Who are you?
I'm a trader, originally from the Adir Empire, but I've been trying to establish new business out here. Life on the road has brought some unexpected challenges, to be sure. And I'm sure you've noticed how prickly the locals can be. But we're here to make the most of things, right?
Do we have the option to become a little more either passionate, clever, or cruel? Kind of like the idea of being, let's go with passionate. He's very, very fiery, sure of himself. With an outlook like that, I'm sure you'll do well. We'll see, I suppose. I'm just trying to do right by my family.
Something else you need? Looks like we're settled for the night.
Tell me about the Adir Empire.
It's not as big as it used to be, but it's still big. The mainland is a continent northwest of here, but the colonies used to include Raed Ceres and Adirwood. About 150 years ago, Deerwood won its independence from the Empire. A fact our companions are quick to remind me of.
He gives you a lopsided grin and nods at the other scattered caravaners. Why'd you move all the way out here?
Because it seemed friendlier than Raid Ceres? My brothers took over the family mercantile business a few years ago, and there wasn't enough for me to do back home. I moved out to try and expand.
He shrugs. Deerwood is a former Adir colony, so it seemed like a good place to start. And as much as I admire the Red Saren's work ethic, they've always struck me as a little fanatical. We can either respond or be diplomatic or rational. I feel like does rational contradict passionate? I'm not sure. Let's go no, let's do a neutral one. Sounds reasonable enough. Let's see what you've got. We were here to buy, like, supplies or something. I mean, I'm rocking a great sword for some reason, but I'll keep it. I'll keep it. Let's get another lockpick, I guess. Yeah. Let's trade like that. We found a potion. We are probably good. Oh yeah, you can... That's right. You can retrain characters, and you can also make new adventurers. Although I like to use the story characters we have. Let's go about the map a little bit. Let's explore. I hope that it looks fine quality and color-wise. If not, I will try to fix it. The fallen tree doesn't budge. Sap oozes from the jagged wound in its trunk. And she said, not looking forward to trying to lift that thing tomorrow. Jagged wound makes it so it was probably cut then. We have some horses. A little bit of a mushroom. Orland's Cradle. That go to the stash? Yes, we have a stash as well, by the way. Orland's Cradle, named by Red Saren settlers who came upon the mushrooms in the forest, this thick, flat fungus grows along the base of large trees. What else do we have in here? Just a mushroom? Okay. Using tab still. Using the middle mouse button to move around. It is a rather pretty game as well. Plus, I've always loved the music. I have this soundtrack as one of the staples of my D&D soundtracks for when I play in DM.
I'll have your water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
Is that...
There's a grove nearby. Ought to have what you're looking for.
Why, I know that is, I don't remember his name. He's the Amawa companion we get later. Very deep, resonant voice. I think I might recognize the voice actor as well, but maybe not. Hello, dear. Hello, friend. Oh, dead people. Travelers, maybe, or looters, or bandits. Bad sign any way you figure it. The corpse is cold to the touch, and a ripe smell wafts from it in putrid waves. A dark, crusted blood stain besmirches its simple linen clothes. Well, they had some leather armor. And another lockpick. Huh. So we have dead people. And a tree that was cut by hand. That doesn't bode very well, does it? We're just doing a little adventuring before we go try to find our goal. Obviously, that's what you do.
This is recent. Not good.
The footprints around the campfire are indistinct and may have been here for days or longer. Well, fuck it, we have beer now. So... Want to get drunk? It's left click, okay. Deer cap. I'm not going to read every little thing in the inventory, but at some point I might just go through and read, because there's actually lore occasionally in the descriptions of items, which I always enjoy in games, actually. Like Dark Souls does that. Pretty cool. It's a neat way to introduce lore into your games. Her. I like her too. Kalisha. She was always a favorite of mine. I just kind of like her attitude. I like her design. Those, I think, are what we're looking for, but let's adventure.
Check by those outcroppings.
Maybe that's not what I was looking for. What's this, then? Burned Lady. Ah. I mean, we can see in the distance here. I don't know if you guys can. There is a corpse. Right there. Some kind of animal, so we're probably getting to a fight.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
There's a young wolf. I mean, I know these enemies are here. It's basic, but I guess we should go for it, right? Yeah, just both of you beat the shit out of it. Cool. So we're, we do pretty good damage actually on that. So do we have Soul Whip always active? Is it overkill to use a power? Probably. Okay, easy. Easy peasy. I love the battle music in this, though. It's pretty fucking dope.
Certainly.
Let's just continue adventuring, because I think I see what we want. I think that's it right over there. Admeth's Wart. This path winds to a narrow canyon back the way you came. Grooves in
Stray too far.
Groves in the road mark the passage of hundreds of caravans. And yet ours is the one that has been messed with.
This is it.
Labor. Odema says you're a working man. You have an option to be a blacksmith, a builder, or a cook. Which do we fits this guy? He actually is pretty athletic despite his form, and being, of an elf form, he might have, they don't get overly muscular, and I do want him to have a high athletics. Could be a builder, though. Be kind of interesting. If we were a fire guy, maybe we go with blacksmith, but maybe let's go like builder, like a general laborer type of thing. Made my living as a builder. Yeah, how's it happen you happened to come here? Made an error in my planning. One of the buildings collapsed at the end of my short career. Learned my trade when times were good. Now that they're hard, no one has need of me. Business partner ran off with all my money. He went to business for himself. All the people I thought were loyal had different ideas. So either it was our fault, we just came here looking for good work, or we were betrayed. I honestly think maybe we came here because this is a place where you come, you get a new lease on life, and if there's land being sold to people, they're gonna need builders. So maybe, yeah, now that times are hard, no one needs me. Some things just aren't in the stars and there's no changing it. Makes you wonder if the gods like putting us in situations that can't be resolved just to see what we do. Kalisha breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Raedric's offer. Makes a girl think, I'll give him that. You here to settle, like the rest of the lot? I mean, it is a hard offer to pass up, especially if you're a builder who's out of work. You won't find many offers like that in these parts, believe me. Got some big plan in store? Going to settle here, start a new life, lay low for a while, not draw too much attention. Filthy rich. Let's settle here and start a new life. I feel like maybe, getting away from the Empire to this outskirts. Yeah, settle and start a new life. Well, who knows? Redrick pays well enough. Maybe we end up neighbors. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odema will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Why are you here? Kalisha sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried, but that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Ixamitil. Would I do anything for her? She's a much better woman than me. So I'm here, and we'll see. Odame I've worked with before. He usually doesn't drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs. I like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanders too. We started in Deerwood, but my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Rautai and another in Adir. My sister in Gilded Vale. She's the only real homebody. What can you tell me about Deerwood? I'm not much for a history, but from what I know, it used to be part of the Adir Empire. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty, and that's how they like it. I've been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird kinds of things about it lately. People having trouble giving birth, I guess. A lot of them. Been going on for years now, but somehow it's getting worse. With an uneasy tremor in her voice, she adds, I'll have to ask my sister more about it. Yeah, we should get back to camp. I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparfle's getting you water anytime soon. He does what he feels like, when he feels like it. We should check up on him first, slap him around a little. Stream's just down that way. Come on, let's get you your water.
Yes?
Yeah. Let's go find Sparfle. La-di-da, down to the river. Nothing bad could happen here. I mean, another drink soon. All this talking.
At least you left the water skins. Come on.
You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Kalisha waits nearby, keeping watch. As you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. Out of the trees emerges Sparfle, one of the guides. Barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there's a strangeness to his gait, his stride wobbly as he moves towards you with labored breath.
Sparfle? Are you alright?
Kalisha frowns. Sparfle's toe catches on a rock, and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag. Yeah, he's shot and dead.
Ambush!
Okay. Yeah, we want slow mode. I go for one, you go for the other? These are Glenfathans as well, which are elves. Yeah, you...
Yes?
1 and 1. Ooh. Hit me for 17. That did actually hurt. But I got Silver Tide. Let's actually try our ability here. Did it work? It did. He's messed up. Ow. So she's taking care of herself. Let's heal ourselves quickly with one of our little fancy abilities. She's doing well for herself. I think she's a fighter, so...
Come on, we have to get back to camp.
Oh?
I'll just put these in the stash, the bows. And a copper ald. The Glenfathan. Okay, there's no battle anymore. Music. Yes. Yeah, see, at the end of the fight, we didn't have full endurance. So our health kind of took the hit to fill our endurance back up. And that's kind of how it works. Our health is always going to be lower than our endurance at the start of a fight, because it's, previous fight has been used to... Yeah. There's a hunter there. Just go for it, I guess. Uh-oh.
Oh?
Go on. Yeah, we're not really, like, the best frontline people, but... what can we do? Really? Maybe if we try... Yeah, hit him with that to injure him. Ah, fuck. Healed up. She's doing perfectly fine. We are not. She's got that potion. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, take a drink, heal your endurance back up, and gang up on him. Easy. Ooh. Hatchets, shields, everything. Okay, let's get both of us up. And as we can see from here, everything appears to be bad, because everyone is dead. Head-on is here. All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, flayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Kalisha puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognize as Hayden, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, travelers, or trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. We have options. We can use our lore to be diplomatic. We can be honest that we've not trespassed. Be diplomatic anyway. Passionate. Or rational. Let's try to use a bit of lore, maybe. Let's try to diffuse the situation. The ruin has not been sullied by our hands, men of Air Glanfath. Your words carry no weight when I have seen the truth with my own eyes. Blood must be paid for this intrusion. So I say again, lay down your arms. Hedon says, don't trust them. They mean to kill us all. Yes, they do. We don't have enough might, perception, or resolve to do these. Intellect 13, we can talk to him. We could try to use our athletics to rush the man before he can react. Intellect, we can use our high intellect. Maybe let's keep trying to talk to him. Judging by the string of animal teeth around your neck, I'm guessing you're worshippers of Gallowayne. If Gallowayne told you to stop protecting the ruins, would you? The man frowns and motions at to swing his axe. Head winces, but the blow never comes. Instead, the man cocks his head intrigued. Of course, but he would not. It is by the command of all the gods that we accept this charge. How do you know? Because it's consistent with their beliefs, or because it's what you were told? The man glares. It has always been known to my people. We're just going on a rant. I see. And what of Gallowayne's edict that weakness and age must be purged by youth and strength? You think Gallowayne would want some moldy, crumbling stones to survive long after the builders have turned to dust? The man's nostril flares as he fumes. He would not. He told us otherwise. I'm sure he did, just not you personally. Why should that stop you from killing innocents? Distracted, the man's grip falters on his axe handle, and he nearly fumbles it, affording Hayden the moment he needs to dodge out of his swing, which comes too late. Howling with rage, the man charges you instead. Well, that went well. I forgot. Yeah, it's right left click to do it, isn't it?
What you need?
Oh, Hayden is getting a little messed up.
Yeah.
Let's try and use our Ooh, that's a good one. Let's use our mind wave to just blast them all. It was a graze for most of them then. Kalisha, the leader's near death. Actually knock him prone. Because fighters have a very nice ability called knockdown, which is per encounter, where they knock people prone and beat the shit out of them. Yeah, he does big damage with a sneak attack, doesn't he? Second one. Okay. Well. Glenfathan leader. Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise. His companion is now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but the sky above you. Forgive us. Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good. Good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it is rending you apart from within. Odema, who's seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom, slashed across chest and bowel. Odema's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head, his eyes barely open. He looks directly at you.
Get inside! Run!
And we do so. Because this is that Beowick that they were talking about, I believe. Spirit Storm. I like this background music. It doesn't look like something out of Lord of the Rings. Straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Hayden trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers, who has been feigning death, lunges for Hayden and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Hayden lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you. Despite the wind from your position, if you were to throw your weapon at the attacker, you'd have a good chance at hitting your mark. So we don't have enough dexterity, unfortunately. But, you know, we have, like, shields and stuff. We can go, like, a hatchet shield. We're just going to huck a greatsword at the guy. Your aim is true, and the hit jars Hayden loose. Lurching to his feet, Hayden clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Hayden to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. Ooh. There's a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stones before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight. We're inside. We barely managed to evade the Beowick. Beowulf. I am... Y'all remember that movie? It's kind of freaky.
Was that?
A Beowick. Had to be.
Hayden's words come between wheezing gasps.
And we're lucky to be alive.
And we're the only ones.
Ups. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside.
We can't stay here. There could be another collapse. Dialogue got cut off a little bit. Okay, so yeah. Volk is
Certainly.
quite hurt. The ruins of Silantlis. A low level of the ruins has been blocked off by fallen rubble. We're in this nice little ruin.
That should be far enough. But what now?
Hayden's chest rises and falls visibly with each breath.
Good time.
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime. What happened out there? Kalisha shakes her head. Windstorm, of a kind they only get in Air Glanfath. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glanfathan word is Beowik. For them it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Well, maybe. Who attacked us? Glanfathans, those will be the hut dwellers Odema warned you about. Look to be the Fangs of Gallowayne, who are the twitchiest of the lot. They go ruin to ruin looking for fights with colonists. Poor Odema. I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. The Glanfathans said we trespass in the ruins. I don't believe that. Odema would never allow it. But as much as the Fangs are hotheads, Glanfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something, got the wrong idea, or... She glances down the passages beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else in our caravan? Kalisha's lips press together and her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. I'm not going to talk because she does seem upset. Let's continue to the left. I think I remember what's down here.
Wonder who was here.
Yeah, campsite.
See if they left anything useful behind.
We have, oh, a mace. I'll take that. I need a weapon. And then hammer and chisel and 2 camping supplies. A small shield. I'll take that too. Torch. We don't really need to camp that bad. I am hurt, but I'm not death's door yet. Let's give ourselves a nice mace and shield. Small shield. Don't offer much protection. They don't interfere with the warrior's accuracy at all. And the mace, 12 to 17 crush damage. It bypasses 3 damage reduction. The bane of mailed soldiers throughout the known world, maces are a common sight in the Deerwood. Regardless of the shapes of their flanges, maces always consist of a metal shaft topped with a number of symmetrical flanges that focus the weapon's power to a small point. Though S-stocks have even more penetrating power than maces, the latter can be used in concert with a shield. Personally, maces, my all-time favorite weapon. I love like medieval weapons and such, but or not medieval, ancient, pre-gunpowder weapons, but the mace, hell yeah. I have a obviously replication, but of a Italian flanged mace based on like a 15th century design, I think. It's hella cool. I love maces. A trembling, sickly creature emerged from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobby elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zarp. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. It's okay, I won't hurt you. The Zarp recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly on its spear. It cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. Let's raise our arms and stand still. It does its little clicking and... okay. Slowly back away.
Oh?
We need to bring it something. It's guarding something. Maybe a bit of food. Maybe it's hungry. We don't have any food. Oh, damn.
Those tiles look suspicious. Let's be careful.
I mean, it's it's definitely a trap. Damn. Yeah, I don't think we're disarming those.
They'll never know I'm here.
What is this? Okay, door. That's right. I'm remembering bits of what's here. Let's go this way.
Those symbols. Just like the tiles. What you need?
A symbol of patterned circles inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier sit at its base. It could be lit if you have the means. Use our torch. I don't know what this. I don't remember what this. I think this might. I don't know.
What you need?
It's loud as hell. It might disarm the traps. Oh, okay, it made a path for us. Okay.
Oh?
This mural must be ancient, yet the colors are still bright and vivid. It shows a procession of Engwithans from all kith races: Almawa, Elf, Orlan, Dwarf, and Human. They walk among pillars similar to the ones that span this chamber, each one topped with a flame. Also, I like if you're a fire god, like, you don't need a torch, you just, like, can stick your head in it, light it on fire. Pretty funny. I remember what's through here. Speed it up a little, because that's a nice thing. There's a fast mode, so you can just... Yeah, little oozes. Were kinda nasty. Let's let you two go there. Being a little more powerful. Just slap them about. I don't know what they like. Well, I mean, we killed it pretty well. Herodin crits, I see. Yeah, crit. That being said, she's getting a lot of damage. I don't think he gets sneak attack because there's not there's no one near it. There's a man here. A poleaxe. Versatile poleaxe is a powerful and flexible weapon that can deal devastating blows even against a fully armored opponent. Its straight-bladed axe head is opposed by a hammer, allowing the wielder to switch between different damage types as circumstances require. I kind of like the idea of having a shield.
Certainly.
Not sword and board, but
Sharp eyes and keen
mason
ears.
board.
What's that muck on the wall?
Viscous and oily, this muck clings to anything it touches. And a viscous slime of something dark and tar-like runs down this wall. The shapes and bulges in the ooze suggest that something lies beneath it, but you can't tell what. Let's rinse it off. You rinse the ooze away, revealing an intricate relief of a man's face. The sunburst surrounding is chipped away in places, but the details of his head, from the tight curls of hair to the ridges of his pointed ears, still showcase remarkable craftsmanship. One eye socket is empty. A gem fills the other. So if we find a gemstone, we know what to do with it. We know where to take it. Neum. Fast as fuck, boy.
They'll never know I'm here.
There is a man in here. One of the looters? Oh, hello. He has a crossbow. We'll take that for a ranged option. Okay. Engwithan Relief Gem. Tattered Journal. I'll keep a torch on him. Leather armor in here. Gem. There it is. This brilliant blue gem has been sculpted to look like an eye. And we have a tattered journal. The small folio is torn in several places, and blood is soaked into several of the sheets. One later entry is still legible, however. I can't believe my luck. A few rounds of dice and I've got my hands on a genuine Engwithan artifact. The fellow who has had it says a pretty nothing as far as he's concerned. He's not willing to go digging in some ruins. But if he's right about this gem leading to a hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. I'll head to Silantlis in the morning, then it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about.
Oh?
Well, we found the relief he's talking about. I thought that was deeper in the dungeon. Nope, it's right there. Okay. Yeah, there's no, like, fast travel-y thing like in Stolosna, but you can fast mode, which, if we weren't sneaking, means that they'd be here quickly. But even sneaking, they move about the same speed as they do walking, so it kind of means you can sneak around better. Let's place for the gem. The chamber begins to rumble, stray rocks dancing across the tile floor. Finally, a large section of the wall gives way. Uh-oh, there's a There's an enemy in there. Everyone attack.
Silence surrounds me.
Ow. Oh, Jesus. Crit her for 25. Yeah, that hurt. Just beat the shit out of it. Let's go. It's an ooze, so you can't, like, knock it on its ass, because it has no ass. Okay.
Now here's
Ooh.
something.
Minor Cloak of Protection. An Amethyst. Amethyst can be found in a variety of shades, darkest purple and most valuable. Discovering new sources become commonplace in the past few hundred years. Amethyst no longer fetches the same value it once did. Audra. Organic material, crystalline structure, but shell-like in substance. Audra can be found growing up through the ground in veins in many parts of Eora. Easy to carve and manipulate, is a favorite of jewelers as a semi-precious stone. Is often cut more intricately and beautifully than other gems. Hell yeah.
Certainly.
So we have a Cloak of Protection. It gives +5 Fortitude, Reflex, and Will, which are the three defenses, as well as Deflection. Fortitude resists attacks on the internal physical systems of the character, e.g. poison, diseases, etc., defined by their class, level, might, etc. Reflex allows characters to dodge out of the way of physically harmful AoE attacks, explosions, bolts of lightning. And Will opposes attacks that are mentally based. A spell that mentally paralyzes the target, for instance. I can wear cloaks. Can't wear hats, though. That is the one downside to godlikes, is can't have a headpiece.
Yes.
Which I guess is why their innate abilities are quite powerful.
Oh?
Like, they're a thing... Character. Yeah. Having the ability of Silver Tide. Yeah, in combat, the first time they're reduced below these, they heal for 11. That's every combat.
Certainly.
Pretty good. It's essentially a, per encounter, 3 mini healing pulses.
To whispers and shadows.
It's pretty legit.
Wait. Do you hear that?
No. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Kill it. Kill. Try to stun it. Yeah, it did. It stunned 2 of us. Well, let's return the favor. Or not, because it's dead already.
Certainly.
There's some creepy ass chanting.
Oh?
Meat. I think that's what we're supposed to give this little fella. Hello. Hello, friend. The Zorp sniffs around your pack and knows excitedly something. It steps back and points to your pack, salivating and holding the spear to you. Give Skulder meat to the creature. You produce a piece of Skulder meat from your pack and toss it onto the floor. The Zorp's nostrils flare at the scent of fresh meat, and its eyes dart between you and the food. It creeps towards its prize, shoving the spear into your grip and snatching the meat with both hands at the last moment. Its gullet quivers as it devours the flesh in noisy chomps. A little bit weird.
Oh?
Friend, I do like them. They're cute. We have a Zorp spear. They're not as long as our two-handed kid and pikes, but their easy to maneuver can be used with a shield. Even a one-handed grip, spears can strike fierce blows with high accuracy. So, let's compare it to our mace. Same interrupt, same damage, but it does pierce. This has more accuracy, but doesn't bypass as much. You know what? I'll use a spear, and we have an extra shield in here, right? So this is like our more tanky type, because it's still a net +1 accuracy, right? Yeah, we do 1 more damage, and we have actually 4 more deflection, because, yeah. Or 1 more accuracy. Okay, let's go with that. I like that. Let's roll with that. We could also have a ranged option of not being in the middle of the fight all the time. But, hey, you know, we It is what it is. Ooh, hello.
Take a look at the wall. Think we could get through?
A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. A light gust of air passes through it. You could push on it, use the hammer and chisel to weaken it, or anything else. Try to push on it. I don't want to push on it too much and risk it collapsing. There is potentially a way around now that we've disarmed the traps. Maybe we can save the hammer and chisel for future needs, because I know we do need it more. I don't remember exactly where, but I know we need it. So we can just...
Worth a look.
like this. Yes.
What you need? Fresh air in here. I think we found an exit. Sounds like the storm path, too.
Careful. Nope. Oh, fuck. Wrong character.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing's over here. No. Okay. Yes, there is an exit up ahead, I believe. Fuck, run. Fucking hell. Oh, that sucked. We just got fucked up. Well, he doesn't have very good dexterity, so... In which case... Yeah. Let's have his primary be a crossbow now. I don't want him in melee.
Oh?
That was an accident. But hey, I mean, that happens. He just rolled poorly on his save or whatever. And ended up stepping on a trap and almost killing us all. If that ain't D&D type, I don't know what is. Ooh. That's pretty good damage. They can take a spider easily. Beat the shit out of it. I know there's guns as well. I might go down that path for him. Melee, like a big-ass mace, big shield. And then ranged, just a gun. Just have a rifle.
They'll never know I'm here.
And down here, this is the way around. So we did make it around. Although technically we could have avoided getting blasted, but...
See what's around the corner. How can I help?
by doing exactly that. I mean, he's a rogue, so he's very sneaky. There's a starved whelp. Is there any actually... I don't remember. Is there treasure in here? Do we care about going in here? I don't think we do, actually. And there's Scolder. They could have loot, but we're a little damaged. I don't actually...
Stay quiet.
That being said, I am a little bit... At least for this game, I do want to do everything and, you know, get everything in the bestiary and kill everything and get all the loot that we can. Plus, we're still up there. We're still pretty good for... We have Kalisha at full health. Well, not half health, rather. You two go to there. That was a little weird. You use your power. Do that. There you go. Bit of damage. It does damage to them and kills. Hits for raw. Misses. Okay, miss the other guy. That's what it was. Ooh.
How can I help?
How's up?
Yes.
Okay, they're just chanting ominously. He got kind of fucked up. So, was there anything in here? Let's speed up a little bit. No, I don't think there was. Okay. Big chunk of Audra jutting out of the floor. Okay, let's get to the end of the dungeon, then we're going to take a break, I think. But for now, Let's creep to the end of the dungeon.
Silence surrounds me.
Spear Spiderling. Famished Spear Spider. Yeah. Let's both
What you need?
hear and smack him with this. Everyone attack. Yeah. Hannon is... he can take a few hits. There we go. We're probably going to, you know, rest soon anyway, so... Ooh. Spear Spider Leg. Spear spiders have long tapering front limbs ending in a sharp point, which they use to impale their prey. This leg is covered in small, backwards-facing barbs. Ugh. That's probably where they get their name. As, you know, spear spiderlings. Bats as large as chickens are strung in the web. Ooh, we have a rapier and a bloodstone. Bloodstone is traditionally a dark stone, often a deep green, but the presence of pockets of iron or red jasper resembling blood, or blood spatter, give the stone its name, as well as its value. And rapier. Actually, it does, yeah, we got good accuracy. It's got weak interrupt. It wasn't really fit to use. And in fact, for this, I like the spear. But I mean, aesthetically, I think the mace does actually fit him better. But for right now, he's rocking a crossbow because I don't want to get fucking killed. Don't want to die. And there's one last bit over here. There's a corpse. A helm. Oh yeah, helms are entirely aesthetics, by the way. Jasper. Often found in the wild as a dull mottled stone, frequently in red or green, but often with a variety of colors lent by other surrounding minerals. While relatively easy to find, polished, the stone's distinctive source of color give it endless variety. And agate. Common on Eora, often used by craftsmen for their bright colors. Their considerable hardness also lends them a variety of more practical applications. I just like reading those, because also stones are cool. Gemstones are cool. There's the exit. Okay. I'm going to... well, first thing, I'm going to save. New save file. Yeah, let's do starting ruins. Exit. Save. I'm going to take a quick break. About 5 or so minutes. And when we get back, we're going to exit this cave and see what we can get up to. See what's going to happen. So, be right back. Hello and welcome back. Let's get right back into it. You think there we are. So let's go. We have just reached the end of this thing, this little adventure of ours, going through just getting items off the bar, just put them in the stash, consolidate things. Yeah, we're at the end of the ruins. A bit battered. Mostly because of my guy's fault, I'll admit. He stepped on the wrong pressure plate and almost killed us all. But hey, it happens. But let's leave this place. Lore skill, decipher clues, remember a piece of esoteric knowledge. Wizards and enchanters get it. Ooh. We're outside, but...
Certainly.
Four figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled Audra and metallic veins, ominous and looming like a silent observer. Standing motionless in the midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. So look at this man, look at that mask, that's badass. The figure closest to the machine stands out amongst them. A thick gray beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with two protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book.
A book.
Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
Quite a speech. Well, they did. Well. For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still. Then all at once it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision, and you are knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land, and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black, unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place, another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with Audra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end, a great pillar of Audra pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of the boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions. Questions that must be answered or. At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick gray beard and ceremonial robes, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking towards him now at a pace that is hurried while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. Well, well, well. What was that, I wonder? You awaken to find your malaise has broken, only replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tick. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures at the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. Heron and Kalisha lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. You are alone and far from help. Gilded Veil may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Yeah, I didn't want to say it because I knew it was coming, but it's sad. I liked Kalisha. And I also was doing that earlier because I knew they would die and I didn't remember if we get their stuff, so... Level up. Okay, we have 6 points left to advance our skill. Let's definitely buff our athletics. Mechanics, let's buff the lore. Survival... I'll put 1 point in, even though he probably doesn't know much about survival, and buff our athletics up again. I want him to be a bit of a beefy, knowledgeable boy. But like lore and mechanic-wise. Class unlocks, we get 1 more of our powers. Soul Shock I kind of like because you target an ally and there's a radius of just damage. Also, I don't know if my sound effect was caught on the mic. The suppression, the noise gate or whatever, is a little high to account for my AC and fan in the background. Sales of targets grasp my reality. Frighten and Confuse is pretty good. This sets up between myself and an enemy, and I can move with it as well, I believe. So I can hit it and then move to catch a bunch of people into it. 10 focus, range, 15 meters. The thing is, I always forget to use these two. I'm so focused in the fight, I always forget to use them. But I'm hoping... I kind of like the idea of just being a lot of damage. And if you do this, we can... Yeah, we can help an ally in danger with that, can't we? Talents. Oh yes, that's right. They're almost feats. And these are the class ones. These are all focused around the cipher abilities. And each of these gives us a small bit of another class's things, of their abilities. Like we could get a something similar to the cleric's ability, something similar to sneak attack, you know. But we can go biting whip, which means our weapon does extra damage, and it only applies if our focus is below our maximum. I don't remember what our maximum focus is, but 20% damage is pretty good. I can once per encounter, it's a passive, stuns an enemy. Oh, once per encounter I have it active, and then after I activate it, whenever someone targets my will defense, they get stunned. So that's good if we're fighting caster types, I think. Draining Whip. More soul gain per attack. Oh, and more damage as well, actually. I think. Or greater focus. More maximum focus. Maybe, I think we should go for... That being said, we can also just go to other ones. These are weapon focuses. I don't know entirely what we're going to be doing, because it really depends on what weapons we find. So, Noble, for instance, has mace as part of it. We can go defensive of extra reflex. Can have more enemies engage at one time. More fortitude, more will. Shield. We can get a shield style. We can disengage easier. Fast runner. Better burn damage. These are all kind of better damage types. This allows us to heal an ally. This lets us once per rest heal ourselves. Generally, especially early on, I like to stick to these. And I think I'm going to go Draining Whip so we get soul or focus faster. Because then we can cast things faster and just all around be better. So if we do it faster, then we can, in like 2 swings, get enough focus to blast enemies with the static shock thing. This soul shock. 2 attacks, soul shock. We can really ramp it up. So I think that'd be good. I think Draining Whip is nice. Done. Okay. Well, everything's a bit fucked. Let's get some potions again. And some beer. Damage reduction. A few foreigners have much kindness about the beer in Deerwood, where locals prefer to indulge in narcotics. Beer is still a staple of every inn, home, and drunken feud. I mean, yeah, alcohol is one of the basic human drives. Not drives, no matter where you look... Oh, what the fuck? That guy's on a torture rack. But no matter where you look, societies and civilizations have always made alcohol as one of their first things. Alcohol, fried food, and swords, weapons. There's like the 3 cornerstones of civilizations. Their... Whatever, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes?
Each culture has its own as well, based on its area. Ooh. Someone's burned at the stake. Gross. Go away. We're seeing the past, it seems. Or the future. Probably the past. Well, if it was the future. She's still there. This massive structure is formed of stone, odger, and copper, and covered in strange glyphs. The air around it vibrates with an unusual energy. Go away, lady. Okay. We have vessel flesh. We have all these ingredients. Yes, deer cap, small white mushroom, burned lady, small brown mushrooms prized for their taste, Admeth's wort, arrow-shaped leaves with red flowers, named for association with farmers and place of Admeth Hadrit, whoever that is. We have springberries, which we never use, ooze plasma, gross, stones, all sorts of stones, St. Gerin's horn, favorite of hummingbirds. These large trumpet-shaped flowers are often found in gardens and used in decorations. Vessel flesh. This reeking flesh once held a bound soul. With its energy fading, the flesh is entering a rapid decay. And Pilgrim's Crown. These small golden flowers grow across entire meadows in the plains of Ixamital and less common in the Deerwood. They're frequently woven into garlands and wreaths. Many a pair of infatuated youths has passed a pilgrim's crown between them. And we don't really have much else. We have a lot of random stuff. Sell value, Hydalo. Okay, I mean, that sells for 10 copper. Are we able to use a bow? Like, let's look at the difference between a crossbow and a bow. The hunting bow is much faster. It has less interrupt, less damage. Hunting bows, deadly as two-legged prey, lacks the high draw weight of war bows, but can be fired more quickly. Whereas crossbows, less powerful than their close sibling, the arbalist, they can cock by hand and have a moderately fast rate of fire. I think we'll stick with the crossbow for now. I kind of want to just go towards gun, because that'd be funny. Silently to Valewood. Also, this is the capital of the entire area of the Deerwood. A lot of shit goes on there. I don't know if you can hear that whisper, but yeah. 6 hours to Valewood. Just limping along the road.
Shall we get some shut-eye?
So we are now... Oh, that's right, Vale Wood. 2 Gilded Vale. So we're actually on the path. We should probably rest soon. In fact, why not here? Camp. Camping. And yes, having a survival, by the way, a high survival, lets you choose. So this is, we have 1, so we can choose this, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and every one beyond, it increases. So we get 1 damage reduction. But if we had 7 survival, we have 2, I believe, damage reduction, because it's 6 and then starts again. The heal multiplier, movement, accuracy bonus, consumable duration, and damage versus flank. You can really... Good survival is actually good, because you can choose a benefit for the day. It's actually pretty good. I think you only get that when you camp, though. If you spend the night in the inn, I don't know if you get it. Ooh, creepy. We're dreaming of green fingies. Because that look like a giant hand. The fingies. Nope, there's no... It's... I keep forgetting that's not WASD. The WASD. It's a man. It's a man. His spirit. Blood moss. You know, I just like reading these things, so I'm just going to read it real quick. Moss grows in sprawling clumps. Its dull crimson hue on its name. Common sight in more humid regions, where locals say that the moss resembles wounds at the base of trees where it is found. Okay. We're going to be cautious. Now, this looks like a place for an ambush if ever I saw. And we made it through, though, oddly enough. Cool. River Reed. Why not? I mean, we're on a roll. We'll just keep... These tall reeds grow along the creeks and rivers of the Deerwood. We often spook travelers with the eerie whistle of the wind through their stems. That's kind of cool. Whistling. That's kind of cool. Actually. Uh-oh. Outlaw! Hold on. Can I get around them? Or is it just one? It might just be one guy. Let's start with Eye Strike. And then go up and smack the hell out of him. There's a tree in our way, but... we get 6 per. That's pretty good. There's a guy up there. Anything good? Kind of. I like the mace, actually. I like the mace a lot.
Silence surrounds me.
Ah, yes, that's right. Some of these things around here, we should actually wait till later, because we are alone. And, I mean, if we were a barbarian, I'd say we just run head first into everything. Let's keep this as a save. And let's go say hello. Rescue this friend. Tenfrith. The young dwarf tending the stew looks up, startled as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? The bandit turns. Get him, you dogs, and make sure our new cook doesn't run off. Help! Please help me! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick as they pass him, and he huddles. Let's go ahead and try to tag one of them with this. I don't know if we're outclassed here, but we might be. Okay, we have another use of this. Let's go. So one guy's dead. Heal us up a little bit. Smack him. Getting pretty hurt. Let's drink one of our potions.
My wound.
No, let's just hit him still. And you, my friend. Try and blind him.
Finish them.
Ow, 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 ow. Please die. You're in melee, so it should make it harder, right? Ooh. Oh, we do a lot of damage with that. This is raw, isn't it? Oh, God. See your bits fly? God damn, dude. Also, ow. We're very badly hurt. Dear Lord.
How do you do?
Oh, by the flame. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life. Until they were bored with me, I suppose. I must get back home. I only hope they haven't hired a replacement. The dwarf looks aghast. Listen, next time you're in Gilded Vale, stop by the Black Hound Inn. I'll let Pasca know what you've done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back in my oven again. And we got a attitude improvement with Gilded Vale. The tent is empty but for a pair of stained cots and the stink of unwashed bodies. Lovely. Then we got Fennings. Large silver coin used for large transaction in the Adir Empire. So, yeah, bigger. So we just have a lot of food. There is a
Certainly.
Cooking, I say cooking, hesitant. There's a crafting, you can make food. Duke's Own Beef Loaf. That's actually, we can do that. That's pretty good. Earlwood Chicken. +2 might, +2 con, +10, plus... Let's get Duke's Own Beef Loaf. Beef loaf is a standard dish all across the Deerwood, and hundreds of families have been using the same recipe for generations. No one's quite sure how it came to be known as the Duke's Own, but two legends are widespread. The first involves Admeth Hadred, the Deerwood's first Duke. Okay, so actually by reading the lore on this piece of food, we got who the hell this guy was, which I love. Personally making beef loaf for his captive prisoner, the Glanfathin Galvin Regd. The Owen was supposedly so fond of the meal that he asked for the recipe and passed it on to his kin after his release. The second, more likely tale features an unscrupulous cook who worked for the venerable Black Hound Inn of Gilded Vale. She confided in myriad travelers that she had a recipe for the Duke's Own Beef Loaf, simply her own delicious recipe, and sold it to dozens of people for her outrageous prices. Each victim of the ruse went on to make their beef loaf the Duke's Own recipe, giving rise to the popular name. Hell yeah. In its middle of battle, just chow down on a fucking piece of steak. We're very badly injured, though. I don't want to waste another camping supply yet, but...
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Man. We actually did better than my druid did. That took 2 tries on my druid. No, 3 tries. Because druids are not very beefy. And... yeah. They're... village? Yeah. Oh, it's by name. That's weird. A wolf. Shattered pieces of a critter strewn across the dirt, along with a few muddy vegetables. I think we might come back here when we have friends, and we're not beat to hell. Because goddamn, we're a little on the hurt side. Oh, there's a bit of reed here. No, Admeth's worked.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
There's a cave. I'm not going in there. You'll see why. There's a way out of here. Okay. Don't really want to fuck around with a wolf, though, to be honest. Although if there's only one wolf, though, that makes it... we might risk it. Yes, auto pause, I know. If it's only the one... Why don't we start with an eye bite? And it hit, and it's blinded for 19 seconds. That is a hell of a power. We're doing pretty good. Yeah. That's a good one. Opening up with Eye Strike, because also our minimum focus is now 10. Like, out of combat, so...
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
The grass is still flattened behind the wagon's wheels. Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. I wonder if this was the dwarf. Probably was, actually. Potion of Spirit Shield. 3 damage reduction plus 30 concentration. That's useful. Ooh, camping supplies and an S-Stalk. S-Stalk is a two-handed armor-piercing sword. It's good at one thing. Piercing armor. I prefer other weapons, but it can be very useful, especially as a backup weapon if you're fighting a heavily armored individual. Northwest to Gyron's Grasp. South to Gilded Vale. Hey, look, a man. Damn thing. Come on.
Good day to you.
And this man appears to be hurriedly dismantling his camp in quick, jerky movements. He looks up as you approach, the expression tense and drawn. Greetings, he says, a little breathless. On your way south, is it? He wipes his brow, turning to face you. The sooner you're clear of these woods, the better, I think. There's a few options, but we can just kind of go... Let's go maybe honest. Our caravan was attacked. I've been trying to get to Gilded Vale. Hard luck, and I'm sorry to hear it. You should be fine from here. There's no missing the Vale if you keep to the road, and you haven't far to walk. But you want to keep clear of this place after that. We were just attacked north of here. Me and a friend of mine, we came out here to hunt some deer. Came upon a bear instead, great monstrous thing. And apparently he didn't make it. I don't know what I'll tell his wife. In any case, this force already cost me a friend. I'm heading back home before it takes anything else. Who are you? Name's Naunton. Born and raised in Gilded Vale. Haven't had a spot of luck since. His face twists. Luckier than Pearly, I suppose. What happened to your friend? We didn't see it coming. Naunton's voice shakes a little as he speaks. We were following a stag. Pearly, he saw something in the brambles, and we went tearing off after it. We all but stumbled into the cave. Poor Pearly didn't stand a chance. The bear was on top of him before he knew what was happening. The beasts will take what they will, I suppose. He smiles sadly. And this time, Gallowayne's favor fell upon the bear. Where'd you find this bear? In a cave a ways up that way, he points to the northwest. I wouldn't seek it out if I were you. It was a great brute of a beast. Would hate to hear that it took another life. Farewell. Yeah, that's why I didn't go in that cave, because there's a giant fuck-off bear. And it is big and scary, trust me. There's
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
a wolf. There are multiple wolves. No, we have to come back up here anyway. I want to come back up and take care of that bear because there's stuff in the cave. But first, let's get to Gilded Vale. Let's rest. Maybe find an NPC or two to help us out. Fun times. 8 hours to Gilded Vale. I'm very much enjoying this already. It's been almost 3 hours. I'm having a blast. Having a great time. Addendum added. The Gilded Vale. Adair Eloth. My favorite. You'll see. Oosh. There's the hanging tree. Nasty.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
A man approaches you. His skin is dull and gray as a desolate village behind him. He scans you with sunken, lifeless eyes. His voice is a dry croak as he says all this. The recent vacancies, and he glances at the gnarled, leafless monstrosity of a tree next to him. Let's go passionate. You mad? No wonder this place looks half empty. The only answer you hear is the buzzing of flies from the tree.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever sired a Hollowborn child?
He appraises you over half-moon spectacles and scratches his chin. Let's go a little honest. Actually, what do you...
An infant born without a soul, of course. Lord Radric has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head ever so slightly toward the deformed tree.
His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
I don't like this guy. Let's not tell him about the Beerwick, because, I don't know. He might think that we have our soul gone and hang us. You said something about a Hollowborn and Wadewin's legacy before. He blinks. I forget that you foreigners don't have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the Deerwood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful, dumb things that breathe barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hand. In truth, no one knows, but they began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name Wadewin's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. Lord Radric's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interests at heart, he nods. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understands our rules. Before I got here, I saw several people conducting a strange ceremony near some ruins. He regards you carefully. You'll want to mind where you mention that. Trespassing on Ingwithan ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Bareth have mercy, we certainly have. I believe Bareth is the god of death? I don't remember. As just as they finish as a Beerwick. He polishes his spectacles on his sleeve. If you'd been that close to a Beerwick, you wouldn't be standing here. Well, I guess we have to tell him. I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with a Beerwick. Someone in town who could help.
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all.
Yeah, it's one of the hanging bodies.
But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that.
Goodbye, dickhead.
Keep out of...
Oh, that's not good.
Listen!
Bong.
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed.
Urget looks out towards the east. His expression is unreadable. He blinks slowly and turns his attention back to you.
3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
A peculiar spasm crosses his face, and the corner of his mouth quirks up into a mirthless smile. If we were going aggressive, I like, don't threaten me, little man. But no, let's just go, what do you mean? You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Barath must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. What happened? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of childbirth, perhaps. That is not your concern. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest. The inn. Or a stable, for all I care. Find me afterwards. I'll know more soon enough. I'm not going to antagonize him, but I do like the line, don't threaten me, little man. I feel like that's something I've said in real life before. Just because it's funny.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Eora.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
Looking for anyone who can help me feel better. Strange way to talk about your dead. Someone who can help me feel better. He gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drag from his pipe. My condolences. He exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. Scattered between the roots are bracelets of twine and bead, wilting flowers, and notes half erased by the rain. Let's just take a quick peek around the place. I'm not going down there yet. We will go down there eventually, don't worry. Beneath the vines are crude carvings of a sun rising over 3 stars. And these characters, they are Kickstarter backers who have like their own little backgrounds and characters. What if it's not the baby? Maybe Kolsch managed to... Are you mad? Leave it for indoors. But yeah, the backers and stuff of this game have characters in the game, which is pretty cool. They have their own characters. Might be time to pack up our things, don't you think? Goldwrought Chew. +3 might for 600 seconds, +1 move speed for 600 seconds. That's 10 minutes, isn't it? -2 perception, and then crash after it. A staple of the Deerwood countryside, Goldwrought Chew is a favorite of farmers, who swear by the minor boost in energy provides. Those who use it often find that they feel sluggish when they stop. The chew is made from the root of the golden celery plant. Huh. It's like little coca leaf. Ooh, springberry. Despite the rains, the stalks feel as dry and stiff as a locust's husk. Leave my home to the hut dwellers? Never. Right, you won't want to lose that gorgeous view. Doran Chamberlain, that's a hell of a name. There's a thing up here with the millers, and... You know, let's actually explore this later, once we've rested and stuff. I think that's probably our best bet. We're a little fucked up, and I don't want to accidentally get into a fight. I told her that's not the pistol. Okay. Now this here. Aloth. You see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voice and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
The others, 2 folk men and an elven woman, don't look convinced. The woman crosses her arm and spits at his feet. What's going on? One of the other men points at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. Mocking us even while he shelters in our village just goes to show you what these fancy Adir manners are worth. We don't take to that kind of treatment, not from foreigners and especially not from Adirians. Adir, the woman looks you up and down, and that means you too. Don't push us.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
He thrusts his chin at the elf. Stinks of sour ale.
Why, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
That line always got me, I remember.
I'll cut that barrel-looking tongue out of your head.
Cry of outrage.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
He plants his feet. Something surly and raw flickers through his eyes as he says, "We've nigh quarrel." Matt's always done a damn good, like, northern, like, Scottish-ish accent.
That's where you're wrong.
Don't think attacking's such a good idea. Let's go passionate. Back down, all of you. This is absurd. And, of course, they're racist and they don't like us, so... Time for a fight! How about we just blow the hell out of them? Well, that's insta-killed one, so that's pretty nice. Oh, that's right. Because they're farmers. They probably have, like, 4 health. Oops. As the last of the attackers fall, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face.
Not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
Go neutral, benevolent, aggressive, or clever. Let's go benevolent. This guy, so far we've been honest, we've been passionate, benevolent. Bit of like a chaotic good type of deal. I'm glad I could help. A dear, he gives you a quick smile. Courtesy is a rare pleasure in these parts, as is the company of a fellow countryman. He straightens his hood and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travels, but the leatherwork beneath it is sturdy and fine.
Well, I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvisor, at your service.
Aloth, I love you. He's my favorite. Tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm a wizard by training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I'm grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some ruins.
Within ruins? Oh, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
Let's go with the more dramatic. A Buick.
And you survived? I've heard such a thing was impossible. But it seems you either have a knack for timing or the favor of the gods.
I don't know if the music's a little loud compared to the voice. I'm sorry. I hope it's fine. Just how did you manage to cross those 3 drunks?
I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did tell that one man to go fuck his sister. Ah, that. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I see. What are you doing in Gilded Vale?
Excellent question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
Yeah. And you? I've been He seems pretty chill. I've been experiencing strange things of late. I'm looking for an expert on soul.
Indeed. The local lord has searched far and wide for similar specialists. He has rid himself of them almost as desperately.
His eyes flicker as he looks you up and down, and he nods at the gnarled tree in the center of town. His darting glance takes in the tumble-down buildings and the fallow, rock-strewn fields. I expect that such expertise would be best sought elsewhere.
Begging your pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places.
Yeah, we should probably get going.
As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
Hell yeah. Longest yeah boy ever. Yes. So do I. Let's go then.
Excellent. I shall follow you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yes?
My favorite motherfucking NPC in this whole game. I love him so much. I love him. Mushroom, Sittler, Arrow. Potion of Spirit Shield. That might actually be good for him. Yes, he has Alos Leather Armor, which increases his ability area of effect. Alos Leather Armor has been lightly enchanted to enhance his spellcasting abilities. It also appears to have custom decorative patterns stitched into the surface. Unlike most Deerwood and Leather Armor, Alos has been tailored in the Adiri style, meaning that the torso is more heavily reinforced but it lacks sleeves due to Adir's hot and humid climate. And he has a hood. I'll keep the hood on for now. I like having to give him a fancy hat when I can. And his grimoire. He has... Oh. So he has this in his book, but he doesn't actually know it. Okay. He knows Dazzling Lights, which is a pyrotechnic display, brilliant lights, decreasing their will and leaving areas in the enemies in the area dazed. Minalette's Minor Missiles, which are very good. It's essentially magic missile, inflicting crush or corrode damage. Fan of Flames, it's a Fan of Flames. I mean, Wizard's Double creates a duplicate of the caster to distract enemies, granting the caster a high deflection bonus until he or she is hit or crit. And in the Grimoire right now, Helicoth's Sunless Grasp. Caster's hand becomes so cold as to freeze what they touch. Does freeze damage to a target and reduces its accuracy. How much coin do we even have? Well, yeah, I'll just do that now. Why not? So he knows it. So I'm not afraid to switch it out at some point.
Oh?
Okay. We have a friend. The windows are clouded with the haze of accumulated smoke and cooking grease. The Blackhound Inn. Pilgrim's Crown. Head. Now we can look around the town a little bit, I think. Now that we have our friend with us. Baroth's Bell. That's a new one. Flowering plant has dripping flowers of a somber blue and gold shade. Both the sweet-smelling leaves and berries of the plant are known to be extremely poisonous, toxic to grazing animals and people alike. Can we make poisons? I don't actually remember. Ronan, Tyronian, and Hugo. I like the name Hugo. It's just funny. Kind of nice. This here is the blacksmith. Yeah. Black Hammer Smithery. Ba-da-dum-bum. Ba-da-dum-bum. Yes. Oh, he hit a level up with that. Or maybe he always had a level up, I don't remember. He does look ridiculous in the hood. Yeah, we're going to buff. Keep his lore high. He gets one more first level spell. Thrust of Shattered Veils. A quick strike of Crushing Force. Dealing little damage but having a high chance to disrupt enemy spellcasters. Spirit Shield is like the potion we have. Gives damage reduction and concentration. Flicken. It knocks people down in the area. Jolting Touch. Well, electricity jumps from caster's fingers to the nearest enemy, then to the next nearest. Ghost Blades. It's a cone that does pierce damage and hobbles people. Fleet Feet. Increases their movement speed and defense while disengaging. Eldritch Aim, it gives them more accuracy. Parasitic Staff creates a glowing quarterstaff of pure energy, granting a bonus chance to hit and giving the wizard endurance with each successful strike. Or Chill Fog. Area effect, blindness, and freeze damage. He already has a cone attack. Maybe this might be better to... It lasts for a minute. So, actually, I think we might do Spirit Shield. That seems like a pretty good defensive thing. We can talent Arcane Veil. Conjures a protective shield of magic, dramatically boosting the wizard's deflection. 2 per rest gets plus 50% deflection for 13 seconds. Kind of like a mage armory type of deal. Grimoire Slam. He can smash an enemy with a Grimoire energized with spiritual energy, causing large damage and knocking the target back. And Blast. Generates a blast on the target when using Wand, Rod, or Scepter, which this is. I think it's a Rod, I don't remember. Doing a modest amount of damage to all enemies in a small area around the target. Maybe... Probably Arcane Veil, because he can basically get like a shield of energy, which then can stack with Spirit Shield, so... Those together, he's hard to be hit, hard to knock out of concentration. So let's get that.
Oh?
Look at this guy. He's going to town.
Certainly.
This is stealing. Dented and dull, these swords look ready for the forge. Dwegan's Steel Collar, that's a name. The bellows sigh into the furnace, and the coals burn brighter still. An account of Tautanu's sails. The pages are nearly empty. This Amawa man is of an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscles. Small ears from his square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome. You're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? What do you have here? You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be. But we've fine weapons and armor to offer yet. All forged right here at the Black Hammer. What happened? We just don't have the supplies. Been expecting the next delivery for near a week now, and haven't seen a sign of it. Have to expect they're hit by bandits. The road out east is crawling with them. Or my workers ran off with the wagon themselves, maybe, to make some coin. As if that lot would dare. He's right about the bandits. The dire situation in villages like this and the exodus in the cities has created far too many opportunities for unscrupulous sorts. Shatanu scratches his jaw, thinking, if you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon, or my shipment at least. They'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect. Only good road for it. As it is, most of our weapon goes to His Grace, Lord Raedric. Shatanu glances at the nearby guard, and that's as it should be. It doesn't leave much for outsiders. We just don't have the iron. Let's go benevolent again. I'll see them back safe and sound. I appreciate your trying, anyhow. You bring back the supplies at least, and I'll have much more to offer you. A discount to start. And if you do find my workers, you give them a good smack upside the head for me. They're probably dead.
Hail and well met.
That was Liam. Good to see you again. Afraid we're still running low on goods, but you're welcome to look at what we have. Jenna's lance. Ooh. These items have lore behind them. But I'm not going to read the lore yet. There's some nice... Ooh. Cape of Withdrawal. Blunting Belt. Protection, thing. Summons an Animat, which is a robot. I mean, I say robot. It's not actually a robot. It's, like an animated suit of armor type of deal. I actually don't really want any of these weapons, I'll be honest. Or I often keep a handful of them on. But, I mean, not really a reason to. We don't need these things. I'll keep a cloak because it looks nice. We have a chisel thing. Let's sell the wolf hides. Sell the extra torture too. Yeah, Yeah, there's nothing with... Let's trade and get a ton of cash. And I want to grab a pry bar, rope, and grappling hook. We could potentially afford... Well, no, actually, we're low on money again. Well, I say low. We don't have enough for anything magic yet. Hazardous Stiletto. If we go sell value, 25 copper, that's not a lot. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, see, party, yeah. And this, and... Back out. Just dump these into the stash, really. Piggy. Look at this little piggy. Look at this little guy. Look at him. He's so cute. Piggy. We'll have the piggy out for a bit. Okay. We've chatted up the smithy. Let's go look around at... How about to the miller? We know there's more grain in there, Trumbull. We won't settle for scraps while you go fat on our crops. Muffled shouting emerges from inside the mill. The first of you drunkards comes through that door gets shot between the eyes. Gods hear me, Swainer. I'll put you down like a dog. Come away for now, lads, but we'll be back, Trumbull, and we'll have fair prices, or by the flame we'll have a reckoning. Bunch of angry farmers. Angry at the miller. First, let's grab some mushrooms. Because that's what you do when you first enter a town. You raid it for its mushrooms. An elven man stands before you. His relatively stocky build suggests a life of labor. His face is pale and drawn, and his eyes are wide. Behind him, a younger man and woman exchange worried glances. The miller raises a clumsy winter. It shakes violently in his grip. Get back, if you value your life. Hold on, I'm not here to hurt anyone. The miller hesitates, then lowers the club of fraction. Who are you? Is Swainer roping foreigners into his little crusade now? My name is Vok. I've only just arrived in Gilded Vale. You picked a bad time to come visiting. Gilded Vale has had all its shine scraped off. There's a big dung heap now, and Swainer thinks he's king of it. They're all of them mad. What was that ruckus? Where to begin? Swainer's whipped them up into a froth, going on about the grain stores. Claims I've hid away most of it. All I do with the grain is sell it. I can't create out of thin air. I can't hand it out for free. I pay the farmers for the crops they bring in, and I sell what comes out of the mill. Most of it goes to the Black Hound on the west side of town for ale, and Swainer and his lot sure don't mind that part. You take a look at the fields on the way into town, the crop's blighted, and most of what I'm getting from the farmers, he gestures to the sacking containers, it's gone off, rotted through. Can't pay top price for blighted wheat, and I've barely got enough good grain to go around. Swainer's howling after things he has no right to. See, if we had a little more resolve, we could do things. Maybe I ought to go talk with Swainer, then? The miller all but sags with relief. I'd be grateful if you did. He won't listen to me anymore, but maybe you'll have better luck. Tell him we're all having a hard time of it, and we'll all have to make some sacrifices. We'd be in your debt for it if you can convince him.
Oh?
That's stealing. But a rancid stench rises from this grain. It's mushy and mottled with green. Ew. That's disgusting. Yes, I'm saving a couple of these. Although we could actually go to Offra. Cyclopedia, notes, journal. I have a biography. Yeah. Here's my background. quests. Nah. Let's go talk to Eora. Little guy. Just running after us. Little pig. Turn off fast mode. Take a look around real quick. This is still stealing. This worn, dog-eared book is titled Travels Upon the Sealed Glass Sea. There's an etched-in illustration of a vast finned leviathan. Eora, a Deerwoodian woman, is standing in front of the fireplace, humming a quiet tune to herself, or perhaps to her unborn child, for she is clearly quite pregnant. She turns her head slightly as you enter.
How do you do?
Well, finally, I was starting to think... The woman makes a startled noise when she turns around and sees you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else. She gives you a cautious smile. Can I help you? Nice cat. No. Who are you expecting? My sister, Kalisha. Oh. Is traveling with one of the caravans. She sent a letter before she came. Said she was going to pay her way by working as a guard for the caravan master. She always was a tough one. I don't suppose you've seen her on the road. Or the caravan, perhaps. It's Master Odema's. We can keep with going honest, I don't know. Let's go neutral. I was with the caravan. The rest of the caravan was killed. Eora covers her mouth with a hand, eyes wide with horror. For a few moments she can manage nothing but a strangled voice gasping, her eyes brimming with tears. I knew. I told her it was a dangerous path to take. Kalisha was always so certain she could take on any danger. She sniffs. Oh, my poor sister. I'm sorry, stranger. I just can't believe she's gone. If only I hadn't called her here. If I hadn't written to her, she might still be alive somewhere. Her face crumples, and a solitary tear slides down her cheek. Let's go. Let's be nice. She's a crying pregnant lady. So benevolent. Kalisha mentioned that she thought you needed help. Perhaps I can provide some assistance. Eora looks at you with surprise before dabbing at her nose with a sleeve. It's kind of you to offer, but I don't know if I can impose this on you. It's not a small favor. She wipes her eyes. I'm worried about the baby, about the legacy. I told Kalisha as much as I could, but all I know is that it's for a long time now. Every child born in Gildavale has been soulless, empty. It's happened to so many mothers, and Lord Raedric, he's exiled all of them, calling it a sign of the gods' disfavor. With my Hawthorne gone, I don't know how I'd manage if I lost my home, too. I hope Kalisha could help me. They say Ranga, the old midwife, knows a way to prevent a child being hollowborn, but she moved south to Anslog's Compass 2 seasons ago. The journey's too far for me. I can't make it as I am, but I don't have anyone else now, with Kalisha gone. More tears run down her face. Please, can you help me? Yes, I think these are both paladin options, I think. I'll find her for you. She blinks, eyes wide. You will? Oh, gods bless you. Here, I'll give you coin to pay her with. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I think it's a drink she fashions out of... Well, I'm not sure. But it shouldn't be too much of a burden to carry back. We got a slight increase to Gilded Vale. Anslog's Compass is what we call the lagoon to the south. You'll have to cross the wilds to get there. That's what keeps me from trying it myself. Thank you again, truly. You'll be saving us both. She sets a hand on her stomach, smiling through her tears. Yeah. Well, we'll help her out where we can, but, yeah. I know how that quest goes. I know. I remember most of this game, to be honest, but I'm not saying anything, not spoiling anything. Let's go to the inn. I'm pretending like this is a new start, except I already know the mechanics and how to not die instantly. But, yeah, let's just treating it like I'm new to the story, kind of. Because it has been a while as well. Been a long while. The floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean. Some kind of brown slop is congealing in these dishes. It smells burnt. Here's our dwarf friend. Spoons hang by the fire, coated in brownish gunk. Ah, it's you, my savior. Wait, that's not his voice. He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen. It's so good to be back. Do not think I'll let this go unrewarded. I've decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this, you'll eat nothing else. I don't know what the fuck that accent was, by the way, but savory pie recipe. Savory pie to help you keep your hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. I mean, I don't remember what it does. Savory pie. Meat, beer, and grain. Okay, max endurance, might, and perception. Okay, that is pretty good, actually.
Yes?
This is apparently not stealing.
Certainly.
Cocoa and grain. Which I'm curious. What does it say cocoa even comes from here? Hailing from Valian markets. Okay. From Valia.
Oh.
Let's talk to Pasca.
Hail, traveler.
Hello and welcome to the... She looks up. Oh, it's you. Tenforth told us what you did for him. Such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself a favorite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenforth said he wanted to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. So, what would you like? Reliable help? Looking for work? Oh, well, I wouldn't say I speak from experience, but we have certain sorts coming by looking for work from time to time. If you want to hire someone on, I'd be happy to send them your way. That is the make-your-own-adventurer type of thing. I'd like to know more about the Black Hound. Really? Well, let me see. The actual building's been here for years, but the Black Hound's fairly new. You get a lot of new faces in here, too. Fewer than we used to, I'll admit. Tenforth's the big draw. I'm sure we'll get the big crowds back again in no time. I used to work the tables, actually, until the old owner up and left. Nobody's sure what happened to him. Even left his poor hound behind. That's the name, see? The Black Hound? It's still sitting upstairs pining after him. Poor old girl. The place ended up in my hands somehow. My very own inn. A lot of hard work involved, but it's been worth it so far. Sure, what's for sale? Outside cookies. Oh, those look actually really good. Look at that. Ooh. What's that? Rivaled only by Iderians in their love of sweet things, the Rautai count many delicious desserts and rich treats among their famed recipes. One of the most revealed by wealthy connoisseurs around the known world is the darkest Rautai chocolate cookie. It's become a courtesy gift among Rautai ambassadors, with many foreign dignitaries warmly receiving any Rautai delegation, simply in the hopes of receiving a batch of the revered treats. Does look pretty good. Let's get some grain. That's actually an ingredient, isn't it? Grab some beer. I'm gonna grab one of those because it fucking just looks good. Yeah. I've leveled up. So I'm putting actually these in the ingredients because we make things out of them. But I'm just putting food on his hotbar. Let's go talk to Swainer because he's here. We have to go have a chat. Don't know who you are and don't much care. Keep walking. We're not here to chat with foreigners. Aeloth narrows his eyes. Careful. Looks like they're cut from the same cloth as those rowdies who attacked me. Smells like it too. Trumbull says you've been threatening his family? Oh, I bet he has. All nobility, that Trumbull. Two big, strong kids, purest soul in all of Gilded Vale. He sneers. Coward sending out messengers to handle his business. Well, you can go and tell him we haven't a solid meal in days on account of him, and we can't afford a good drink on account of him. But we won't be bullied by some foreigner on account of him. Well, I can't do either of these, so what if I buy you all around? Will you talk to me then? Swinner considers it briefly. He looks to the others. Fair enough. You bring us something to wet our throats, and might be I'll fill up the trading words.
Yes?
Yeah, let's go get them a drink.
Hail, traveler.
Buy around for those fine fellows over there. Fine fellows, you're having me on. Any more fighting, I'll have to ban Swainer from the inn entirely. Until then, it's 6 copper pieces for the lot. Yeah, I mean, I'll give her money. It's 6 copper. 3 drinks for 3 fools. Just take care of them. They're a hot-tempered bunch.
Well met, friend.
Brought drinks. So you have. By the flame, I never thought I'd be so happy for a mug of the Blackhound shit beer. Gosh, that's good. Alright then, you've got my attention. What is it you've got to say that's worth a round of drinks? We can be diplomatic. Not going aggressive. Maybe you can tell me more about what's going on. It's like I said, the mill's in charge of the grain prices. He says they're fair, but I know for a fact that folks like Alfra pay half what we do. Because she's pregnant and living alone. And maybe we've been a bit rough with them. But what are we supposed to do? We can't keep paying. We're going to starve. And do you think Trimble's going to be sorry about it when we do? Let's go diplomatic. Look, there's no sense in threatening the miller. You have him up against a wall. Maybe we could ask some of the other villagers for help. Student eyes you for a few long moments, drinking deep from his mug. Then he says, "You're right. Things going like they are, we're just going to end up hanging from that tree out there. Tell Trumbull we'll leave him be. Don't know what we'll do now with the crops failing. Haven't got another trade to speak of. Think Posca needs a hand around the inn?" Oh, she definitely does. You can just clean. Just get a couple of these guys to be, like,
Certainly.
just clean up around the place, and you know. Oh, there's a table. We just take 9 copper skates. Skate. Okay. Roaches scattered from the end of the crates. Did you hear about Arflod? Don't tell me the old man's sick. No, he rolled his plow on some big rock out in the middle of his field. Says he can't sleep now. Says he's hearing spirits. Hearing them pour into his cups, more like. He's probably hitting like Audra or something, and now he's haunted.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Ingest. There's a book, 10 Years of Dawn. I'm going to take the books. Maybe I'll do readings of some of these books later.
I shall be discreet.
You know, I feel like that's probably stealing. Just in town.
It's done.
Oh, there's some good stuff in there, though. I need you to look away. Don't suppose there's anywhere I can walk,
Certainly.
How may I help?
Oh?
Okay, nope. We're not getting in there. This one is not.
Make it so. It's done.
Oh, duelist hat, yes. Crammed behind the books is a drawing that shows Aothos and Lord Raedric in a compromising position. The Deerwood Part 1, Early Colonial History. Okay. Aloth. That's a little better. I don't know where all your hair goes, but... Aw, puppy. These bones are covered in tiny bite marks. The hound stares intently at the covered window, head cocked as if waiting to hear a particular sound. He looks up when you approach and whines a low note, tail wagging slightly. Sorry, girl, don't think he's coming back. The dog whines softly again, head tilting. Maybe you can come with me. Maybe we'll find him on the way. Her ears perk up, and she trots over to you, barking happily. We have a pet. And companions can't carry pets, but I'm going to give him the pig, because if anyone's going to preach a cosmic pig, appreciate it, it's going to be him.
Oh?
Now we got a puppy. Puppy. Okay, let's go back to the miller. Maybe we get enough experience for Aloth to level up too, and we can do it all at once. Just gonna stand for a second. Okay. Let's go in. Talk to Trumbull.
How do you do?
You're back. Have you had any luck with Swainer? I spoke to him. And what do you say? I've convinced him to leave your family in peace. Well, that's great news. I wasn't sure you'd get through to him. They're out of their minds with drink half the time. I owe you a great debt. Here, he pulls a coin purse from his hip. Pushes towards you. Trying to earn it to show my appreciation. And you can be sure I'll let everyone know what you've done for me. Let's be benevolent again. We have money. Keep it. You're having a hard enough time. You're a generous soul, friend, and we'll have you to thank for making it through the coming year. Safe travels, and may you find favor with the gods.
Yes?
We have money, and we have ways to make money. He doesn't. It doesn't make sense to take his money. We have 800 copper. So let's level us up. Athletics. Actually, let's upgrade stealth a little bit. Yeah, let's do mechanics too. We get 2 level 2 powers now. Amplified thrust. Bounces psychic energy harmlessly off the target and onto the closest nearby enemy, causing pierce damage and violently pushing them backward. So we hit an ally, and then it jumps to a nearby foe, and does a lot of pierce damage, and pushes them away. Mental binding. Overwhelms the target's mental ability to communicate with its own body, paralyzing it and causing the soul to emit a shockwave that can leave nearby enemies stuck. Stuck means they can't move. Dexterity reduced by 2, accuracy reduced by 5, reflex and deflection reduced by 20. Okay. Mind blades. Co-ops the target's essence, generating a slashing blade of force that attacks them before leaping to up to 5 additional targets. Does slash damage and then slightly less slash damage to 5 targets. Wow. Phantom foes invades the mind of targets in the area of effect. That was my headphones hitting the table. Little volume plastic bit. Leaving them flanked for the duration. If we actually had a rogue with us, that would actually be a good power because we can flank people. Psycho-vampiric shield. The target uses the target's strength of mind against it, send a portion of its resolve in order to better deflect incoming attacks. So they get negative 10 resolve, which is will and defense and concentration, and they get deflection. Okay. Recall agony. Cause the target to relive the psychic trauma of an injury moments after receiving it. Experience the damage all over again. 30% of all damage reapplied over 16 seconds. I like Recall Agony. I actually think we're going more of an attack one. Let's get Mind Blades and Recall Agony. Actually, Mental Binding is pretty nice. Because Paralyzed can't take any action. Dexterity set to 0. Reflex and deflection are reduced by 40. Override stunned, stuck, and prone. Paralyze is actually awful. Let's actually do Mental Binding and Mind Blades, because I like Mind Blades jumping to a bunch of targets. That's good for when we have a cluster of people in a little cluster, and just eviscerate them. We get up to 8th level powers. Wow. We'll get Recall Agony next time. And for Eloth, let's keep actually. Toughest survival. Lore only matters in talking if it's us. So let's just do sure. He gets 2 2nd level spells, which are pretty good. Bewildering Spectacle confuses his enemy in an area of effect. Sticks enemy in an area of effect for binding web. Bulwark against the elements, plus 15 damage resistant around the caster. If that was another target, then that might be better. combusting wounds, burn damage over time when dealt damage. Curse of Siphon drains as corrode damage, a lot of corrode damage, and gets endurance back. Curse of Blackened Sight blinds people. Fetid Caress, or Caress, becomes paralyzed and sickens nearby, giving a temporary increase to maximum endurance and health to an ally, plus 50. That's actually pretty good. Merciless Gaze. The caster gets 15% of hits converted to crits for a minute. Miasma of Dull-Mindedness. Affects penalties to Perception, Intellect, and Resolve. Mirrored Image, High Deflection bonus, which reduces, or gets reducted. Necrotic Lance. It is a... causes corrode instantly, and over time corrosion damage as well. Ray of Fire. It's a line of fire, kind of like the thing we could have gotten, but it's fire instead of our acid. And Rolling Flame, a bounding ball of fire that kind of hits people. I like Corrosive Siphon. And, I mean, Mirror Image might be good, but he has already, like, kind of that type of spell. Do an area of effect of penalties to Perception, Intellect, and Resolve. That is pretty good. Especially, I think, for, like, a caster type. It really fucks with them. Sure. I mean, the thing about the wizard, though, is they get more spells. They can just find new spells, so... yeah, fuck it. Let's pick those. Okay.
Yes?
I wonder if we can tackle the, maybe not the bear, but we could. We might be able to go for the bear. We don't get a dare yet. So, yeah, let's go up and attack the wolves at the very least, and then mess with the bear as well and do that. I think between me and that... why am I hurt? We get in a fight? I don't know why I'm hurt. Valewood, yes. Yeah, I don't know why I'm hurt. Maybe because... no, actually, I have no idea. Okay. This guy's gone now. Actually, no, let's go to the wolves and deal with the wolves first. And...
sharp eyes and keen ears.
And after that, we can either rest or go right to the bear. We'll probably want to rest, to be honest. Let's cast a nice little magic missile. There they are. You should just do that, I think.
Yes.
Help him out, will you?
Deal with this one.
These are per encounter. Definitely do it then. You can hit both of them, actually. Yeah.
I shall deal with this one.
It's behind a wall, so you can't actually see half of this, but, you know. That was easy. Wolves, not much of a problem. When there's more than one of us. Me on my own, I don't think I could have taken on those wolves, but... these aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Only a small fragment remains, and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Examine them more closely. The heavy bricks are slick with moss, presenting a hindrance to climbing, but the stones themselves seem sturdy enough. Given the right tools, one might easily reach the top. That's why I bought this. You give the grappling hook a few swings for momentum and let fly, and the hook lodges easily behind a pile of stones at the upper edge of the wall. A few tug on the rope suggest it will stay put. Climb to the top. Easy with the rope, which is why I bought it. And here's a corpse. Fulvano's gloves. And some things. First of all, these gloves give +2 dexterity. Dexterity is action speed and to hit. What's our relative? He has high dexterity. That might help us out, actually. Let us hit things a little faster. Yeah. And we got a letter, didn't we? Yes. Scrawled letter. I do not think you'll ever see this, but you were right, Fulvano. We should have journeyed south together, and been safer for it. I would tolerate all the gloating in the world if I might live to hear it. I've put myself out of reach of the beasts circling below, but I am done for all the same. I do not think I'll rise again. Whoever finds this, pray for me. Perhaps in the next life, I shall be a trapper of wolves. And oh yeah, these have a little thing. Though never as famed as he would claim, the valiant explorer Fulvano was known as an eccentric, who wished to see the world. Where possible, he traveled by foot, to gain a local's appreciation for the sights, sounds, and smells of the lands he passed through. In practice, however, Fulvano often claimed that his explorations proved only that the world outside the Valiant Republics was a foul, smelly place that paled in comparison to his homeland. These gloves are said to have belonged to Fulvano, who often found himself in need of some protection as he climbed the harsh terrain or maneuvered through forests. While thick enough to provide some warmth, they are meant first and foremost to be flexible enough not to hinder delicate tasks. Okay. There's a thing. How do we reach? Ah, got some blood moss. Yeah, let's climb back down. We did relatively well, but we have full camping supplies, so let's just. He can do. Let's do damage reduction as well. Actually, nice little rest. And let's go see if we can tangle with a bear. Ooh. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Oh yeah, I think we're supposed to sleep at the inn for this to happen. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face is shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Ew. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she's mere inches from your face. Suddenly her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. You called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm that she's truly dead.
Oh?
I love the writing in this game. It's very descriptive and very well done. It is something. I love it. Bear cave. Yep. I'll save. How do I? Oh. Which is one? One's that's not an auto save. Let's do Valewood. Sure. I don't really have much rhyme or reason for my saves, so. Into the cave. And maybe we have a couple. We have an ability, not a spell. This. How long does it last? 13 seconds. Did he ever? Oh, we didn't prepare Spirit Shield, did we? No, we did not. And I don't know if it's per rest, but we'll have to remember to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. Good time as any. Let's cast this.
Yes.
And then open up with a blind, hopefully. And just unload into this bear.
Lava will be on sea.
Fill it full of holes. Yeah, just keep doing that.
How may I help?
Keep doing that. We're going to be resting anyway.
Be on sea.
Hell yeah. Well, that went better than the last time I tried it with my personal game, with my druid. She got her shit kicked in pretty badly. Cave coral, mice crawl through eye sockets and over femurs. Ugh. There's a spear. Meh. We have a Zorup spear if we want. And here I think is our first encounter so far with Soul. A figure drifts suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heavy chill. Reach out. Reach out a hand for the spirit. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you have been struck a blow, head reeling as you tumble helplessly into a waiting darkness. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back and the weight of a bow in your hand. You know suddenly that you have come a long way from the vale, hunting deer. Now you are standing before a cavern, and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest as he leads you deeper into the cavern. There's a roar like thunder echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, towards light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there's a sudden terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain. But a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. And then there's a great dark shape above you, and then there is more pain. The vision recedes and you're thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the specter lingers. In the span of energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, of confusion, of anger. I met him on the road, your friend. Sudden lashing anger emanates from the spirit. Raging grief seemed to pour from the gleaming figure like smoke. We've been rolling with benevolence, so I'll find him and see that he answers for what he's done to you. Even though I think I remember. Yeah. For a moment, the spirit seems to burn bright, and your head fills with a sickly triumph. The spirit seems to weaken with the force of its own exultation, growing fainter and fainter until you are alone once more. Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you alright? You seemed lost just now. Yeah, I'm fine. He folds his arm. That's good to know, but I don't suppose you could tell me what that was all about. I'm not really sure. It just started happening recently. Indeed, he raises an eyebrow. At the risk of sounding patronizing, you should probably have that examined. It's a shame that Lord Radrix hanged half of Gilded Vale. The Valian dwarf might have known something about your condition. Yeah, let's just move on. Yeah, we have to confront Naunton. And he can't be looted, okay.
Certainly.
Well, I remember a little bit about this quest, and let's see how we deal with this. So far, we've been benevolent, we've been passionate, we've been honest as well. So, in fact, there's a way to check, isn't there? Yeah. So far, we're benevolent 1. So that seems to be our overwhelming reputation. Because we've done a bit of diplomatic, bit of passionate, but I feel like benevolent is our biggest one. Gilded Vale, 8 hours. Oh yeah, you can do shift to do more actions, can't you? Yeah. Let's see how this goes. Sure, it'll go perfectly fine. Yep, Naunton and Ingrid. Well, first, let's take their stuff. The Deerwood Part 2. I'm probably going to read those all at some point. This man and woman appear to have been deep in conversation, working at closing 2 bulging satchels. They move to embrace until the woman notices your approach and pauses, her smile faltering a little.
Hail, traveler.
Can we help you? She looks to her companion, brows furrowing with confusion. Do you know this man, Naunton? He coughs. Yes, I think we met in the Valewood. I warned him about the bear. Glad to see you made it. Was there something else you wanted? You two seem to be in a hurry. Yes, I imagine so. We're packing for a trip, actually. I've been meaning to visit Defiance Bay, and, well, in truth, I think I've had my fill of this town. Naunton reaches to take her hand. It's time for some new scenery. I know what really happened in that bear cave, Naunton. The color drains from his face. I don't know what you mean. I told you the truth of it. Are you accusing him of something? She looks at Naunton, touching his arm. It is about the accident. We're both grieving Pearlie's loss, but it was a wild animal's doing. Naunton shakes his head minutely. You see a tremble in his hand. What would make you suggest such a thing? We had a little more... I sometimes regret not giving us more resolve, but... I had a vision in the... No, let's not go. Let's go diplomatic, maybe. Why did you do it? He was your friend. He hesitates, and his expression darkens. My friend. He was a cruel enough man to his friends. You didn't know him. You wouldn't defend him if you did. His hand falls to his sword belt. Naunton, wait. I don't know what you saw in that cave, but this isn't what you think. Pearlie, my husband, he was as much of a beast as that bear. I tried to leave the first time I suffered his temper, but he wouldn't have it. She looks away, expression pained. Naunton, we met, and I knew I'd found someone special, someone kind, who cared for me. Please, all we want is to leave this place, to start somewhere else. She looks down at the satchels. We've some coins saved up. You could have it if you only let us go. We could keep him honest, cause the man's death. We could attack him. But, yeah, Pearlie, kind of a piece of shit. And you know what? If he's a wife beater, maybe sometimes feeding to the bear, yeah, okay. Just don't hit your significant other. Don't be a piece of shit. And you won't die. Because someone else decided that they had enough. It is still murder. Let's be clear. That is still murder, but my character is benevolent. The money, use it to start your new life. She blinks, surprised. Then, thank you. Truly, I'm glad you understand. Only here, take this at least. I hope it brings you luck. We have a long journey ahead of us. She looks to Naunton, smiling. Got a ring of minor deflection. I wish you well in your travels, stranger. We won't forget this. Yeah, well, we got a cool ring out of it. +5 deflection. We have... No, this isn't. So we can actually combine this. Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, we could give it to him. He probably needs it, but... If he's in melee, or if he's being targeted with an attack, something's wrong. I don't know if ciphers are supposed to be the tank types, but yes, that's kind of what we've been doing with it. This bottle of Sonred.
Certainly.
Sonred is half empty. I don't know, it's some kind of alcohol from the looks of it. Okay, so that's one of the quests little done. I think the only thing left to do in this place is... Well, right now for us to do is go to the tree. Because the Temple of Eothas, I think we're going to wait until we have a friend or two more. There's one specific friend I'm thinking of before we attack that, because I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of shit down there. I don't want to die. Okay. Continuing the main quest. Here we go. Caldara de Bronzi. Let's go. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bough that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. That description alone, that puts an image in your head, and that's not a pleasant image. That's nasty. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there's a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it. not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. But you reach out and you take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out towards the hanged woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you've expanded enough to reach her, there's a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel, from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives you a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear? Or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
Her eyes squint as she peers down at you. Yeah, let's go with the obvious. Is this real?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy, even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I. Wherever here may be.
I really like her voice, by the way. I like the voice actress. Does a good job. How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
Giving us a motherly smile. I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there. You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay. What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on, some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder!
Gotta love soul magic. What did you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, banging out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Meerwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
Wah. I like Kednoa. It's pretty fun. I think I survived the Biowick. Do you know where that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no?
Poor lady. You said souls break apart over time?
Oh, yes. Entropy.
Entropy.
Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
That is interesting, that in theory then, if all souls are recycled, eventually there'll be a time when there's no souls left, right? Because they keep losing a bit. I don't actually remember that part of the lore. It's been a while. That's interesting. And concerning. They degrade enough that they would stop being viable, maybe. I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
Little freaky. Got beetles skittering from inside her cheek. Stiff-armed curtsy. What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth. Ew. Causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing her blanking expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Tell me, probably nothing.
Nothing at all.
Yep.
A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
Yeah, because I would say normally that's like, oh yeah, if they can't have a child, usually it's not the queen's problem, but the king's problem. And they don't like to hear that, but this is souls. This is something entirely, it's like a external force type of deal. What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are.
Yeah, there's always bad ones, aren't there?
But the best of us? The best? Inspirations, miracle workers. My parents were soul twins, miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other, turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid.
I love the idea of soul magic. As I've said, I did make something kind of like Audromancy and Animancy for D&D.
It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
Uncontrolled research rarely goes well. Yeah, I love the idea of it. I love the idea of
Of course, dear.
soul magic. It's just very interesting. But I think that that's all we can ask. Goodbye, Caldara. Farewell.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Visiting. Caldara closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. I was granted Crucible of the Soul. The Old Watcher traveled to Caed Nua.
Oh?
And Crucible of the Soul, once per rest, range 8 meters, 1.7 meter of radius. They take burn damage as endurance. And I get it back. No, they take burn damage, I gain endurance. Okay.
Oh?
That's pretty good.
17 and a half.
Good old Adair. The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origin, where you find a broad man with straw-colored hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar smirk.
17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
Okay.
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
What are you talking about?
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
That is a lot of people for such a small village. Iloth frowns. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. So do the people around here. Might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
This is true. What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you for a moment, his brow arched. His smirk broadens.
I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first.
We could go clever. We haven't really been going the clever option. I've been out of sorts lately. Of course, we all got our bad days where when we stand perfectly still and stare at corpses for a while without blinking. He winks. Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Let's not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here. Radric especially.
We're 2 out of 3.
They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be.
Because we are a cipher as well. Awkward.
Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
Let's go to the passionate. What's that supposed to mean? So, hey, don't blame me. I don't have a say. You can take my word for that.
Town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
The war? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fellow decided he's a living arcane incarnation of Aothas. Overthrows Red Saris, marches on Deerwood, so we gave him a Deerwoodian hello. What is that, you ask?
We blew him up.
Yep. He smiles at this, but is a smile of one recounting a joke for effect rather than enjoyment. Who is Aethus? God of rebirth and redemption. Formally, anyhow. Maybe they call him something different where you're from. You know, that's the thing. If any god were to be killed and not stay dead, though, let's say the god of rebirth. I mean, I don't remember what the state of him is. It's been a while. I wouldn't say he's dead for good. Rebirth is kind of his thing. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved. Yeah, fair enough. Raedric sent men down here the other day. Said they have it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Raedric's overthrow. Said if it didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward, so Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later. If not for plotting against Raedric, then for protecting me. Who is Kolsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangs. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. What does the town have against you?
Wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, that was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, then I did too. But, he didn't make it back.
Also, okay, yeah, the god might not be dead, but his supposed avatar was. Okay. The god himself's probably not dead.
After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me.
And then they did.
Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Yeah. Aelif grunts at you and lowers his voice. You can see why I was eager to leave. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? He gives a half smile. Drinking, mostly. Also fair. Point of fact, I'm on my way out yet. I just haven't figured out where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Waidwin's legacy started with Waidwin. We could travel together. Where you headed? Some place called Kednua. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
I seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before.
Something kindles in Adair's eyes, and the vigor of purpose finds its way into his voice.
Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason if I ever heard one. Said Matt Mercer to Matt Mercer.
All right then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
Glancing briefly at the tree and giving us a pointed look. Get going. Hell yeah, yes. We got Adair. Okay. Give me 2 seconds, please. 2 quick seconds. Sorry about that. I'm back. Let me just get my headphones back on. Okay. Here we are. We have a dare who we can level up to a level 2 and then 3 fighter. Athletics, survival, a little bit of stealth maybe. I don't really think mechanics or lore actually help him. So let's just save that 1 point. No class unlocks level 2, but he gets another talent. We can get bonus knockdown, so you can use knockdown once more. Knockdown is very useful. Rapid recovery. Increases their endurance recovery. That might be good, actually. Because I'm also probably going to have given them, like, hold the line and stuff. Rapid recovery, though, I think that's probably a good one. Help him, keep him up on his feet longer. Do athletics again. Survival again. Why not stealth? Class unlocks. Fighter abilities. We have Defender. Adopts a more conservative combat strategy, concentrating on locking down enemies that stray too close. Increases his or her number of engagement targets to 3, but at the expense of deflection. Engagement. Ooh, it's a long one. Anytime a character attacks an enemy with a melee weapon at close range, as they get close enough, they'll engage. When they're first engaged, they'll stop moving. They're free to move again, but they might provoke a disengagement attack. If they break engagement, they have a limited amount of time before the enemy they disengage can attempt to re-engage. Okay. Yeah, so him being able to do that, I think, would be good. But also, what's Guardian stance? Devotes all his energy to defending allies. Lowers accuracy, but increases the deflection of nearby allies. An Aura. Discipline Barrage. Once per encounter, 15 seconds of high accuracy. And Confident Aim. 20% of your grazes converted to hits, plus 20% minimum damage. Huh. You know, I am gonna go Defender. Because I kinda like the idea of, big shield, heavy armor, just taking hits, knocking people down, just really getting in there. Because, I mean, the rest of us can do damage. The wizard can do damage, I can do damage, but him, and eventually we might get the paladin on our side too, because the paladin is fun. We need to, we need to have some frontline defenders that aren't kind of squishy. Because my guy, I'm so used to being the druid.
Oh?
My guy, kind of squishy. Hey, look, I have 66 endurance, he has 91, and he's got almost twice my total health. So
I'll see what I can find.
Now, I'm not going to go into there yet. Like I said, there is something I want to do first. We should probably rest before we leave.
Yes?
Because if we rest, we can get his spells back. I can get the last of my health back. My stuff is...
Certainly.
The only thing I care about for the rests is stuff like, well, now this, but also the second wind type of deal, and if that's rest, I don't remember. And health. Let's get a room. Laborer's Rest. Deerwood and Pride. Ooh, 2 Resolve would be nice. Yeah, let's go Deerwood's Pride. Plus 2 Resolve. We have plenty of money. In fact, we can go sell some to the blacksmith, I think, before we leave.
Certainly.
I don't know if the different types of vendors matter for what you sell, but let's just play it safe and go to the blacksmith. Who is here. And let's go down. I don't remember if... No, the next area isn't the Black Meadows or whatever. It's like the Crossroads. Maybe not. We'll see. I don't remember. We have to go help him out with something. wares. Could sell the pig, but we don't get anything out of it, and I'm not going to sell the pig anyway, because that's rude. We actually didn't get very much. Sell the hood, because it's kind of ugly. I'll be honest. Sell the wolf hides. And sell the bear pelt as well. We could sell some of these, but I'm going to keep them around, because we can use these for enchanting, and these for brewing. So 120. It's pretty good. We have 810 gold, copper rather, and 3 out of 4 camping supplies. I think we're good. Smithery Road east. I think we went the road south. East leads to the keep. Yeah, Magran's Fork. There it is. We'll go Magran's Fork and then right to the coast and deal with this later. Let's go Magran's Fork. Actually, if we go Magran's Fork and clear that out, we're going to come back up and... No, actually, we can do that on our way back. We'll head right to the Unslog Toll, or whatever. Unslog's Compass. That's what it's called.
Laying low.
Yes. Let's rearrange the party a little bit. I don't want to be in front. Let's do... Uh-oh. Let's do like that. There's a wolf. Don't want to mess... Well, we're going to end up messing with the wolf anyway. Olmar? Hello. Hello there. Begging your pardon, but you gave me a good fright. I thought I heard something rustling through the brush. Suppose that was just you. Silly of me. Don't suppose you happen to be needing some supplies? I thought I'd make my way over to Mortimer Bridge. But I'm starting to think I'd be better off heading back to town and getting a few more folks together. Better than safe than sorry, right? Say, did you hear something? Wolves. Ah.
Yeah. Yes?
Just one? Where is other?
How may I?
I guess there's only one wolf. Okay. Sure. And he's attacking Adair first, which is his mistake because Adair's beefy. Nope, trying to knock me down. Ow. Knock me on my ass. Got a free pelt. By every star in the sky, thank you. I've never seen these beasts so bold before. Strange times we're in. Here, take these. I'm headed back to Guild the Vale for certain, and you can make better use of them. We have 3 potions of minor endurance added. Okay, let's split these up then, shall we? How do you split? Alt? Shift? No. Right click? Alt right click. Tab? No. I'll figure it out one day. I'm sure there's... Does it? No, it probably wouldn't say, does it? Nope. Whatever. We'll just give them all to him. He's the important one for that. Whatever.
Yes?
Nice and quiet.
So, all the way over here. More wolves. There's a statue. There's our good friend. We're gonna get him soon. First, let's go deal with these wolves, shall we?
Yeah.
Just beat the hell out of them. Adair attack you. Let's do our little thing. Don't know why he's in melee. Yeah, we're probably doing this the dumb way. Yeah, the focus replenishes, so let's just... Ow. Knocked on my ass.
Oh?
Because I figured it's just one wolf, but it turns out that actually, yeah, it's a full wolf, so it actually kind of hurts. It is pretty good against us, actually. What's to the west? Nothing. At least nothing that we can see yet. I don't actually know if anything's ever to the west. St. Giron's Horn. The Shrine of Magran. And hello.
Saw you in the flames.
Here's the one. West to Gilded Vale, south to Anslog's Compass, east to Black Meadow. Also, things. And a statue of Magran, goddess of war and flame. Dozens of names have been scratched on the stone at her feet, supplicants seeking her blessings. Her blessing. Well, let's see a new friend. Squatting at the base of the statue is an incredibly ugly man. Okay, rude. With bulging red cheeks raked by pock scars and a scraggly beard. He is sweating as if he has a fever, but his breathing is measured and steady, like a slow push of a blacksmith's bellows, but that comparison feels strange and unwelcome. The next comparison, possibly sparked by his grin, is that of a bear trap, and then out of nowhere there's a hint of alchemical fire that fades almost as soon as you identify the smell.
Come to pray at the statue?
Ooh. The question mark is barely there. As the man makes the statement, the statue takes on a reddish cast, as if one is holding a torch to it, then slowly blossoms into waving flames. The man doesn't turn as the statue blossoms into fire.
The others are welcome, but it's best if just you and I trade words, and your shadows stay quiet. Hands off their weapons, both arcane and steel. It's only you I want to trade words with anyway.
His face tenses with his iron bear trap smile, ready to spring.
I swear before the whore that is Margaret, no harm will come to you in her shadow. If that's enough of a promise for you. If not...
A staff rests easily in his hand. It wasn't there a moment ago. Focus your gaze on the staff. The staff looks thick, stout, of blackened ash once burned by a terrible fire. Beneath the ash, the lines in the wood bear shapes and patterns, and there's a certainty the staff was once something far more dangerous, but not now. As you study it closer, it shimmers slightly in your eyes like water catching the light weaving across the statue. Whatever power is bled from the staff, it doesn't make it, or the wielder, any less dangerous. You look up to see the man watching you studying the staff. As his gaze meets yours, he nods with a humorless smile. Study the man. The sudden weaving flame from the statue of Magran casts more light on his feature. The man's robes are dirty, stained with grease and other marks of the road. The hems of his robes, including the sleeves, are burned at the edges as if he walked a great distance across a fire, then reached into the flames with his hands to pull something out. But while his thin hands are thick and calloused, they bear no burn or scorch marks. Finally, let's examine the statue. The weaving firelight from the statue gives off no heat, so much so you wonder if it's some trick of the mind. The ugly man before you doesn't seem to notice it, or feel it, although the sheen on his brow is still present, as if he's burning up from within. Strange choice of company. Stone seems cold comfort. The man smiles slightly at words, then nods, never taking his eyes off you. I could do better, though the role holds little else. His eyes run the length of your frame, and he falls with a sneer. Until now.
The world holds many whores we worship. Respect comes with honest titles. I bet even you have gone against instinct in exchange for a little copper. Or paid for such in countless ways. But if I give offense, if words are all that are left to a man, then why in the Deerwood of all places he should have leave to speak them?
I didn't catch your name, or why you want to speak with me.
I didn't give it. You probably find names as useless as I do. The names that litter this world like debris are hard enough to wrap around the tongue. And what do they matter? It's what's beneath the skin and the letters I care about. What burns within? It's more important to me you're a watcher than whatever culture or accent decorates your letters like awkward crowns. Take pride in your actions, not where you hail from, or how your name rolls off whatever liar's tongue coats it now.
I like this speech. He's got some good. I like your words, Magic Man. I like your fancy words.
If you need a title to hang on me to match your own, Watcher, then call me Durance. And as you observe souls, I test them.
What do you mean, test? Durance shakes his head, and his hand curls tightly on his staff. I can see the questions bubbling up. Let's burn them away, one by one.
I am a missionary. I walk this diseased nation with its heathen, its people so careless with the spirits of others and their own, watchers among them. Yes, I know you for what you are, and your name doesn't interest me. Names are for honest folk, and you are a crack that shines light from another place. We're meant to travel together, you and I. Saw you in the flames. Not your face, but that soul of yours. All tightened up, like a huntsman's knot.
So my soul in the flames.
There's things we can teach each other, if you're in need of answers to your mantle of questions. I don't force my words on anyone other than you. I don't care who walks with you or what their muling problems and politics are. There's enough howling in the world without me stoking that fire. I won't take from your provisions, don't need much on the road. I can carry my weight, which is considerable.
He inhales, again, giving the impression of a blacksmith bellows, and he smiles almost proudly. I like that line, which is considerable.
Many will stand against you. They probably already have, from what I can see. Left their marks, it seems. Like a trail, worming its way behind you.
I like this line too much not to click it. If your stone mistress there allows it, then come on.
Her? Don't fear her jealousy. Let us see what the road holds, Watcher.
His chuckle dies into a smile, a genuine one. That was the right answer. Then we have Durance. Okay, let's go back to our thing. I kind of want Durance right here. But also, let's level him up. He's a level 3 priest eventually. Bump a bit of lore, a bit of survival, a bit of stealth. Talents. Brilliant Radiance. Enemies take burn damage from the priest's holy radiance. Vessels take increased burn damage. I always like that one, actually. Interdiction. Condemns the priest's foes, dazing any enemies in the area of effect. Inspired Flame. The faithful of Mogwin get an accuracy bonus with Sword and Arquebus and can cast a special version of Burst of Summer Flame. Aggrandizing Radiance. Everyone receives less healing from the Holy Radiance, but the priest gains a bonus to all attributes and movement. Or Inspiring Radiance. Allies gain an accuracy bonus from the priest's Holy Radiance. I'm going to go Brilliant Radiance because it's a wave of healing for us and burning for enemies, especially vessels, which take a considerable amount, actually. And then next level, let's just, I guess I don't really know. Let's keep busting his athletics for that heal thing. And if he has new spells, of course, done. Which I think in this, the priest, he just gets access to all of them. Yeah. He's got spells. He's got spells for days. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. Let's do a little more exploring, shall we?
To whispers and shadows.
Just a bit more. Continue down the road a bit. Which takes us here. Once we clear up the map, we're probably continuing to the compass. But... actually, yeah, we'll be continuing to Anslog's compass to do that quest for the pregnant lady, because then we can... oh, hello. There's paladins. There, that one. Get to that one. Hello? Why? I didn't do nothing. Rude. I mean, I don't know if you should talk to us, but you should talk to somebody. Okay, Adair, go over there now. Durance, what can you do? Armor of Faith, increase damage reduction of allies in the area of effect. Sure. I'm going to use this because I haven't used it before. I don't really know what's happening. Oops, no. Let's do another one of these missiles.
How bad?
You attack. You Blessing, Divine Terror, Halt. Nope. Don't want that. Holy Meditation, Bergen's Fear, Withdraw. Divine Mark. Let's Divine Mark her. Being a caster type. Yeah, of course she healed her. Okay, how about we do this now? I'm sure there's a way we can be doing this better, but just keep attacking. Okay, here we go to them. Beat the hell out of her. Oh, I'm at low health, okay. How about I just heal myself a little bit, shall we? Yeah, that hurt me a lot, actually. There's probably, better ways we can do this, but it's,
Certainly.
Sometimes fights are... Oop, what the hell? Okay, there is a grimoire. Give that to him. Take the great sword into the stash. Fucking whatever. Wand. We're just gonna take it all and deal with it later. There's a wand. There's a big shield. Is that a better shield? 12 deflection, accuracy. No, we'll keep this shield for now for you. We got a bit of Ripple Sponge. Made from the sponges found along the rocky coast of Rautai, Ripple Sponge is groundly find and inhaled. It is often used on long sea voyages for as a soothing, calming effect, which helps in tackling extended periods of strenuous activity. Okay. We have Ludrana's orders. It seems I have no choice but to provide you with instruction. Radric's forces are spread thin, and the road to the walls to the south of Gildevale lies unguarded. Given these favorable circumstances, I'm sure that even you can manage to handle a peasant or two. The archers tell me that Kolsk's men made south after their escape. If you should happen to retrieve one of their numbers, I may be convinced to forgive your previous mistakes. For the last time, you are to keep clear of Defiance Bay. Know that if you cannot be trusted to acquire a useful specimen with even a modicum of discretion, I'll have no qualms whatsoever about using what materials I have at my disposal instead. Signed, O. And her grimoire has Ghost Blades, Chill Fog. It's actually got some good ones. And we can actually put... No. Okay. Oh yeah, we can put her book in there. And when we get more money... because it costs 200 to 4... costs 600 total to learn all of them. Yeah. That being said, can we switch out some of his? Let's get Spirit Shield in there. Just to help out a little bit. Well. Bunch of pissed off paladins. Well, actually, they were tasked with retrieving test subjects, essentially, I believe. There's a wolf up there, I know. Oh, there's multiple wolves. Is there anything you can do that's kind of like a big thing? I'm going to, for you, hit him at the same time. And just... What? Oh, there's a lot of them. I see. Oh. Well, in that case... Infirmity Repulsing Seal. Yeah, let's have you actually wade in and help. Oh. Nope, that didn't work. How about then you help us out a little bit. Yeah. This one is rather powerful. Got knocked prone, unfortunately. Priestman. What's this? Punishes... Nope. Just hit it. Actually. Uh-oh. Well, this is not going well. I died? Is there... Ah. Do I have to do all that again? Ugh. Okay. Yep. Okay, so... Fucking... Yeah. Get rid of that. Yep. Let's just do a couple of these little things real quick.
Oh?
Yep. Little annoying, but I'm going to go do this and at least meet Durance again. And once we get Durance back, then we'll continue doing all this. Okay. Yep. Inventory, do this. Boom. Boom, boom.
Certainly.
Gotta get that done quickly because can't go for much longer. So I can't get back to where we were, but I can at least last through the Durance thing. Because, I mean, we've met him. We've already gone through the conversation, so let's just go through that really quickly.
Finish them!
There you go. Thank you. Okay, got a little of that off to save our endurance. Let's loot him quickly. There you go.
To whispers and shadows.
Saw you in the flames.
That already did that. Hello, Durance. Let's
Come to pray. The others, I swear,
Let's just
before
move
the whore that
through
is
this.
Margaret. No, the world holds. But if I give offense, I didn't. It's what's. If you need a title to hang on me to, I am. We're meant to travel together. There's thing I don't. Many will stand against you. Her.
There we are.
Oh?
Just deal with that real quick. And then... So, we did have a death. That's a thing that happened. I'm gonna do a new one of just... On the road. On the road. Save. Oh no, we have to do his things first, that's right. I don't remember. It was so left. That. Brilliant Radiance, yes. Next level. Fatigue. Lore. Stealth. Done. Now we can save. Okay. Well. Despite the slight setback at the very end there, that was, overall a very, very fun time. I had a great time playing this. It's been a long time I've played this, so I don't remember too much, but yeah. This is great. Benevolent Diplomatic Patch Hit. I had a great time. I hope that all of you did as well. I need just to wait for OBS to fucking get back again. Yeah, I hope that you guys, everyone watching, enjoyed. I'm looking at it, this will be the start of quite a long series, I hope. It'll last at least for probably 3 months, maybe. 3 or 4 months of streaming. Actually, maybe longer, because there are the DLCs as well, the White March DLCs. Yeah. So, I don't know how long it'll last, but I'm excited. And for tomorrow, looking at my calendar over here, will be They Are Billions. Be continuing that campaign. Hopefully we have more success than last week. We do run into failure quite a lot, actually. But yes, I hope you all enjoyed and are excited for this, because I know I am. Oh, come on. It's froze up, so I can't end it yet. Don't know why it does that. But yeah, so if you're... Oh no, here we go. Okay. Well, thank you all very much, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.